Yeah. Free forming everything.
Yeah. 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 I've also done it that way too, but I've also kind of brought it, moved it around, but I've also kind of brought it through here.
Yeah.
Cross it, cross it a few times and then get build your base. Yeah, it's a good way to do that. Yeah. Once you've got the idea of it, you can also use heavier or just cut through. How much you figure you need.
So come back with the wisdom. Yeah. Need to clear the mind.
Huh? Am I talking quiet? I didn't realize. Yeah.
Just talking peaceful.
Trying the music there. Guns N' Roses, I think. But you can cut these in like a bevel.
We found water. Oh, oh, you found the pipeline. Yeah, enjoy pipeline. Isn't it so cute? I just wanna be in my hands so I can have know what I mean. That cute little chicken insert it. I never get to hold a real kiwi, so I'm gonna have to make a big stuff. Are you gonna go to New Zealand and find me kiwis?
I guess an actual fan here to work, but for now.
Okay, let's go.
So this is the rough side at the bottom. I mean, after you secure this, you could expand it down like there. Here's the board. You want that sand it or you want to do it or
Yeah.
it's that board? Yeah.
I don't think this board shows me.
Oh, there's sand in the block here.
Thank you kindly. Mr. Beaver.
Yeah, I've always had a problem with speaking quiet. It's funny because I like to listen to heavy metal. Loud in the studio. Oh, sometimes I play music like that or instrumentals.
It's funny. The first time when I came to the island, I worked on this farm and he didn't like us to play loud music when we were planting and doing farming. And then I met Ted Smith, who's like, no, you must play Iron Maiden for your seedlings. They will last better.
Actually melting here.
Yeah, my mentor.
There's a spot right here for you.
I can't see. Scalp is burning.
Your mentor is-
Looking at things like that.
Oh. Yeah, important emotional regulation. I don't know where to go from here.
Okay. All right. From there. So
Like
using
goofy
the
little cat.
lava sculpture. Okay. And from here, pick up the area and work with the way I'm making. Give it different colors. These two becomes really more than 3 lengths. I kind of need to have a bit of excess, like it goes back in the legs that way. So I'll start my wire back at the base here. That's the front. So, excess to wrap it around. I used that extra wire, so 3 to 5, 3 to 4. Just trying to wrap that around. So I wrapped it on the leg, on the base of it, and then I'll bring it up to the leg. Something bigger there. Where I'll tie them together. the body together. Building more of the victims and some of the anatomy. And then pretty good. Needs cut more you can. You have just cut your also here another thing I do is I do an extra length for arms. Double length. Do a little more arms. So you use this as a guide, but like that, so this is find out a different idea of things as a goal. What I've done, I looped it around, I used the base here, attached it to the leg, looped it around here, and then I extended it out, extend the arms out, looped it back, so I still have the excess and I put it back to the arms. And now, to bring up that extra wire, so over there, still under this sculpture, looping it through and putting up that wire to here to fire that leakage. The excess fit around the leg. Or arm. I
don't know.
Pat?
Yeah. He's not really looking too good. It's the trust the process.
It's,
Okay.
yeah, so. Okay, this could be, this is, okay, this is a cast here. Let's go with the head here. As for the base itself, the main that's could hold the sculpture up. So this is a heavier line, so I could still move it. So this one's light. I think I want to get just to start this base. Start building. Some questions. Body. Have to keep it around the side.
I was already 12. Yeah.
We want this solid form. Try it one day.
For the bottom.
Yeah, it's based on size. It's so far. See, this side kind of looks like it. Why take another one and going down. There you go. See where to spark. You can use the pliers within that. Pull that. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, those pliers. So this part from the point where it gets down. So I could get up there. Okay. This one's excess. It's kind of judged.
What?
Yeah.
There. The braid.
So I use these small wire just to cut them. Okay.
Forget to.
6 shares is too.
And come sit.
Maybe.
Thinks he's too big for us. He's to be running around cutting things up all the time.
That's where you get more money to count. Feed your cat. Cat food. My sister has 5 cats.
Oh.
Doesn't have any kids, but she has 5 cats.
Ethan won't let me get a cat. I want one. I'm just gonna show up one day, come home with a cat.
Is that?
Hmm?
The ones that don't want the
Yeah. And then like we go to my house, like where my parents live, and they have a cat, and he pets the cat, hangs out with it just fine. He's like, I hate cats. And as soon as he's around a cat, he's just petting it, whatever. I'm like, okay.
You want to try as a wire? Heavy wire.
No, I'm gonna.
try this.
Is
Might
that-
try it at home.
is
It's
that a blue?
hummingbird, yeah. And so
Okay.
I thought I'd add her to somewhere here.
I just want to make like a flat like shape. What wire should I use?
I could use this to start, because this is easier to form with the small, the thinner wire,
Mm-hmm.
and so is that one there.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of use this just to overlap the wire together.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good way to do it. There's a lot of it.
Hey,
Instead of
careful, there's a wire there.
Yeah, mine would be nice crispy
These would be
one.
like my
Sometimes
welding
that's-
skills or my soldering skills. Just gonna see.
But you were
sometimes
thirsty.
this thing has a wire. Not overlap it
My
that way.
lunch, my medication. It's a my
Oh,
medication.
to make
They
it
say it tricks it out.
stronger but more pliable.
Yeah.
Ah,
So I'm not
maybe
using-
that, then she could be.
Dan, Matthew?
Yeah.
Yeah. cool.
No idea.
That one.
I guess the going still here. It's also.
Are you making it?
Try to make a cat.
Gonna do it.
I don't know. That's a shape.
Hmm?
Basically making.
I'm doing the fashion.
The one that we use. Yes, you do.
It's funny. It's probably heard you say, yeah, strip it.
I didn't say strip it. I just said strip. Maybe I was talking about the wire.
I thought if I had a little extra at the bottom, that I would just.
Lord's there.
No.
You know, one wire.
I did.
Something to. I think really what I've done before, what I used just here. To anchor it to the wood, which screw happens. And it'll make a loop like that when I screw them down. And then I build it up, put the sculpture of rocks over top. Yeah. So then
Something trying to do at home.
anchor.
You could get some wire. Like you don't have to get the crazy stuff bust. You could even just make little baby ones from like wire from the dollar store, wire from the dollar store.
Yeah.
You want screws in a drill?
If you need some extra wire.
I know.
Yes, good. This is. Yeah, from the leader ones. There you go. Yeah, I can think Richard didn't give me a good. That's some orders. Making a new one. Yeah. Oh, and I got business cards out in front. Yeah.
proportions are off, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Nope, start with it. Maybe it's a spirit, Tyler.
The long arm spirit.
Yes. So, I would think
Why are you guys just naming off every like dark thing that you're not supposed to name off today? Earlier they're like, "Oh, skinwalker, shapeshifter, lava." Well, okay, okay.
You want to curse myself?
Just don't take me down with you, okay? Go stand over there and do that.
I sent you last night, man. I did. And I was just like, right, that was the scene we're talking about. Jesus. Cigarettes. How much you want to bet that? That's what Victor did after smoke signals. After spending his dad ashes, he moved to the desert, opened a fireworks stand, and he called it smoke signals.
Where did you
That's a
use
cool name for a
this one?
fireworks stand. Yeah, why?
That was for this piece, I mean,
So they got actually, yeah, fireworks stand. Yeah, just 2 years before that. And all he sold was little smoke things. See, that's probably the reference. He's working. Why the hell would you shoot fireworks at him? See what happens. They think it was gonna happen.
Is it?
And somehow it killed Adam Beach, but not Joe. I mean, it was free, but yeah. It's so fucking language, so freaking weird. Yeah, real live cheating. So that's not what you said. Just kidding. Freaking weird.
What to do with this now?
How you freeform it.
But I have this
So you freeform it.
free form.
Yeah, turn into something else.
Oh.
Ryan's talking.
That's what I'm doing. I'm letting the choir talk.
That abstract.
So confident. Just that is
Mm.
the key, I think.
You're already flying. What wire is that? The one you're using for the what was the cat? This? Yeah, what one is that? Yeah, just something you need for them.
let's make it.
Yeah.
I guess you just like what? Yeah. Seven. Big diamonds or whatever on the so they got it on the first. Got me fun. You came from a uterus, didn't you? So don't be making fun.
Yeah. And say uterus out loud as much as
I have no idea. Can't read.
Can't you flip it? Why not? Oh.
Oh, be sure.
Was
So this one here, I'll use. Also push the wire through that frame sculpture this way into the leather. I brought them, like, yeah, I had things them down, but there's ones that I wrapped around, you could tell that I bent them down. So those are like spikies, like spikes down.
Yeah.
So that is. Put that basically, you don't have to have it this way.
Make you down transformer?
Transformer. I have no idea what I'm making. I'm just going.
It looks like transformer with a small head.
They do another workshop, that's more, more I do.
Really great.
Start going to small.
I started that years ago when I was doing props. Basically. Thunder and Water Monster show.
Years. Good job.
2007. So
Were you around for that day?
I was like little kid for that. I was not here. I was 10 years old in 2007.
I was like barely alive.
What? I think that was my 2006 would have been the first show I seen of the Bodges, I believe. It came to the or the yeah, funny.
Recently, I just had to buy my cat one of those slow feeder bowls. It's like got the ridges in it. And
Yeah.
he like, I'll feed him, and then he'll scream for food when my mom wakes up, and then it's literally like he never ate. And
Yeah.
he just chows down on the second bowl, and then I get up. I'm like, "Did you feed him?" She's like, "Yeah, I did." I'm like, "I fed him," and then he just eats in like 10 seconds. I swear. So I got him one of those bowls, and I could just. He's not overeating, which is good. You just got gauge one of those because when you're in Paris Sound, he started choking like real bad.
Yeah.
Like I was actually thought he was gonna die right in front of me. It was so scary. I was like, oh my gosh! Like at first he was just making weird noises, like when like if they have like something stuck to the roof of their mouth. But I was like, you're just eating your kibble, like what? And then like he just started like pawing at his face, pawing at his neck, like, and I was like, ugh. And then he like was just opening his mouth real wide, like he was trying to throw up, nothing coming out. And I was like, oh my gosh! I started like freaking out. And I couldn't see anything in his mouth and his throat. I don't know. Eventually he got it out, and I was like, okay, you eat too fast.
Yeah. It's like real.
Yeah.
No, I don't use it. She does not to eat too fast.
Mhm.
Cats.
Joey eats really
Both
fast.
dogs.
With, Harley or
Yeah.
dogs. That's,
She's like, they're gonna take my food.
yeah. But then I just put her food in my and then she doesn't take it.
Yeah.
Even I have trouble with some of these things. Like, here's some. I guess for concepts, what I've done is like just the forms, working on like basic forms, but I would adapt it. You want to go more abstract with elongate, like what I did here, elongated the arms. So it's not just, just a natural proportion figure. And that's what makes it interesting.
Yeah, that just says it's abstract.
Mhm.
I guess when it comes to concepts,
Yeah.
can incorporate more of the
Yeah.
say animal and
Um,
bigger.
I know there's that pile of cedar.
Yeah.
On
We
the
talked
trail.
about can here.
Yeah.
And I guess for little ones, you could use like pipe cleaner.
Shit.
Yeah.
and
So
stuff
I
just
would
to
I've heard with
start the like
Yeah.
in the body around creating.
some
Yeah.
second.
Like start with something like this,
yeah.
and then just use the pipe cleaners and salt. And,
Oh, they better get one.
Yeah, plastic seam, same for the base.
Oh,
I think that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Did somebody message Ashley?
This message here.
Um,
Yeah, you don't have to like the pebble. Anything like that. Yeah. But I think, yeah, like wildlife or. What I
we
did
need
here.
cedar and hardwood.
No, no, it's killing.
Oh.
So you guys have to use it to
Do that,
eat the heat
Yeah.
too. So you have to use it
Try
to
to add
heat
a
the heat.
little bit.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Then we could add it here and bring it under. Bring the wire under. We could put in the dog walking around. So
Oh,
doing the wrap on the sculpture. So what I did here and also what I've done before, I've added the wire. I just doubled the wire. Okay.
but it's further down the trail.
That's like, literally, like you could see it
So I
probably
doubled the wire.
Oh, okay.
where that other tree fell down.
Yeah.
That's how I got this.
Really?
Pieces.
Yeah.
They might be a little bit bigger, so if you want to, got my chainsaw. Got my phone.
And they're just like, no, it doesn't.
I prefer honesty than than social.
Talk
justice.
No, that's so fair.
Or something.
Yeah.
So,
I'll just
how
you can bring it out.
Or that one?
Do you have an axe?
should I put it through?
Should I find my trailer? No, by the fireplace. If not, there's
You could use that one.
the one by
This
the fireplace.
Yeah, you can use that one. You can use this. You want the, like if you use that one, then have to secure it. Then that way. You can hang on it. You can use this next to.
Oh, I was just gonna give them a little body. Oh,
Yeah. You could use this, but you were gonna.
that's-
I think this one would be okay to use. For just a few.
Like,
You
you
could
could go enough food right now to get it
you
going.
could do it this way. How we did the base
So
here.
maintain.
We'd probably have.
There's this here too. So I would think
You have to go back home and get wood.
Yeah.
we could do this again. Small.
I have my-
circles.
Oh yeah, I kind of do it because now I can get my keys and then go, and then I can come back to my own car.
Patch it there. Everything you want to
Yeah,
do another small.
I wouldn't want to be stuck with you.
Take my truck back next week. Take the truck back on board.
Yeah, but I think that I'll probably come back here. Like the only reason I would be going home like right with Jan is because to get my own car to come back here. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I don't know that I want to be here all day long.
I know.
Well, give me this, take my truck, less people.
Yeah.
I could park at the pharmacy.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I won't take up your precious limited debauch parking.
I hope I shared some skills.
Shared all of the skills. There.
Oh, new house decor.
Yeah, I knew I was the one.
Added to the wall. Got like a whole gallery wall inside Dan's house. Like the whole wall is just covered in different things. Just stick it up there. Put it on Trin's art table thingy.
Yeah,
She can paint it.
just do this. There you go.
I've also used like clay or like sculpture, say like a heavy rock. It's like this bigger board, but you build up with rock and get your wires through there. Something you get anchor with screws. With the floor. You bring your sculpture. Okay, so the wire. Something. If you don't want to anchor it to, you're not using this like a circle base. So you're just anchoring your sculpture to anchor the sculpture. Decide to mix other ones or finish those. Okay, well, I would use a washer. It's a flat washer and just anchor it. Get anchor your sculpture to the board. Okay. Yeah. Use a thicker board. And go. Okay. I know we're supposed to make a preservation of the humanity and build it. That's just the start of it. Always looks rough before.
Yeah.
I did a portrait workshop here before. So part of things that we're doing for college is I'm working on a mural currently over there. I'm doing more workshops. Yeah, for the wire. Usually I would have more completed projects. This one's but I guess this would be just the beginning stage. So this one's kind of light. Something more on your way. See from the arm is the body, I'll bring it up. I'm still starting. Bring it all the way down, attach that to the rig. Like fine wrap it. Extra excess. This is excess structure. Rick and Nico. He does more. That is working on this bit. So this is rib cage. I guess it's more how much time you put, more detail in it. So I would work through more drawings and sketches for it to build. I had like pages of sketchbooks before I built this.
It's
Oh.
Masters tomorrow.
Yeah, so Halloween.
I had no idea.
What?
That the Supers for the Masters tomorrow.
I didn't either. I thought it was the one.
Yeah.
I didn't see your fit when she told me that.
Okay.
I think it's far as.
Oh, that looks like an idea. Anyways, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
in school, it's like you can make all your curriculum for kindergartners, grade ones, and when you get it on the table.
That might not be what gets
That's
created.
right.
We're all like,
I think I'm gonna do hummingbird cats.
yes,
Really?
yes.
It's like
Yeah.
the-
Okay, so we'll get started.
Roll it?
We'll get ready for
Um,
Ryan here then.
uh,
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you going home now, Dan?
Pretty soon you can finish up a little bit.
Just let me know when you're ready to go. I can just keep doing it at home. Maybe.
Need an extra wire?
Probably.
Yeah, here, I'll leave this, back one. And figure it out.
And travel.
So that's what it's just.
Travel in good spirits.
Yeah.
I just thank that either.
Yeah. It's a hard one.
My partner has.
I don't think we need to say that.
Fire.
Good job, man.
Basically, wanna make an book to, but also.
It's like a. That percentage.
Right. Yeah, say.
Okay.
Are you Cree then? That's cool.
Yeah, I have, on that website.
I got come out for 13 years. And going into school, but I'm underemployed. So that's why I was like, oh, can't you give a tag CE, something more. So no, it'll take me 50 years to learn language, but that's okay. You know, I do a lot of this stuff. Like I have like little wire spirals everywhere. And but I do think I would actually be able to. I'm a very good sketcher. You know, I do more poetry and goofiness, but I'm surprised that I actually got something that looked like a hummingbird. So be good for that. It's messy, it's definitely looking, but it's giving me lots of ideas.
Okay, I hope that helps, yeah.
Yeah, and thank you for your card. Okay, well, you have a good day. Middle Fish
Yeah, well, as long as yeah, so I would do that at the base and then out to the legs individually. But yeah, start zapping it at one and start building the legs. You just keep, you know,
Hold
just get to
that.
stand back once in a while so you can see from different angles and
I'm so happy.
it's good.
Silly little ear.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. That.
See you guys. Bye.
special guest artist with us today. It's Ryan Cunningham, and he has a special performance to put on today called Daddy Issues. A little bit about Ryan here. He's a young archaeologist. He sets out to disprove the Clovis arrowhead theory, the lie that has been the foundation of the Bering Strait land bridge migration theory, a lie that was started by the old white men, hell bent on finding any justification for the colonization and genocide of the Americas. A lie based on one arrowhead found in New Mexico 100 years ago. After his archaeological career, is destroyed by the directors of academia. He begins a journey to dig through the soil of his family's past, leading him to Picton and the fracking sites of northern Alberta. A journey to find the true history of our past, told in our own language and voice, and ultimately to reconnect with the past of our home on native land. So I want to welcome to the stage our guest artist, Ryan Cunningham.
You're doing the secret entrance. Ready to give up? Stage fright?
Yes. I'm saying.
Hey.
I'm saying.
Good day.
Hello. I've I've wanted to be an archaeologist since I was 4 years old. It was definitely influenced by my mother, Faye, a quadruple major in ancient history, French, Latin, German. Her bedtime stories, they weren't books about dragons or knights saving princesses. They were nonfiction textbooks on history, prehistory, and paleontology. And the way she read them, these stories, they came to life in my imagination. I mean, who needs fake dragons when you have real dinosaurs? I couldn't stop talking about them. So my mom started taking us camping all over Alberta, where I grew up. In southern Alberta, there's a place called Drumheller, better known as the Badlands. I mean, to get to the Badlands from Edmonton, you drive south on Highway number 2, which is as straight as Lodge Pole Line and goes for hours. Nothing but sky for as far as you can see. Then, without warning, the plains of the prairies fall away into deep, multi-hued canyons. Everywhere you look, there are wind-sculpted hoodoos. 75 million years ago, when dinosaurs walked the earth, the prairies was a subtropical paradise. And now it's home to the largest deposit of dinosaur bones in the world. Its rugged and stark landscape is a living museum showcasing the artistry of nature, art that took millions of years to create. Then when you see the hoodoos, these towering rock formations with mushrooming tops that defy the laws of physics, shaped by centuries of wind and water erosion. In these canyons, there are vibrant colors on the walls, a rainbow of layered sediment, each one a chapter in the Earth's story. Everywhere you walk in the Badlands, you step on remnants of fossils, ammonites, trilobites everywhere, prehistoric shells that were once giant primordial insects. Then there are the dinosaur bones. The Badlands have gifted us some of the most remarkable dinosaur discoveries in the world, and they continue to find massive dinosaur skeletons each year. The Royal Tyrrell is more than a museum. It's an active paleontological research facility. And when we went, my mom called in some favors. We got a private tour of the lab. Each lab had these giant glass windows, and you could watch archaeologists just feet away, brushing and picking at newly found dinosaur bones. On that same trip, we visited Astanayashi, located in the heart of traditional Blackfoot territory along the Milk River Valley, also known as Riding on Stone National Park. A local Blackfoot elder shared with us how his people created those petroglyphs thousands of years ago, so they could always tell their stories and share ancient knowledge. He said the rocks don't forget. My young mind raced with images of Indians riding dinosaurs, fighting cowboys on horseback. After that trip, I was hooked. And growing up with a single mom, I spent a lot of time with my kokum, Martha. So one day, I'm riding around on my imaginary dinosaur, shooting arrows at cowboys, and my kokum said, my boy, dinosaurs are our brothers and sisters. They are in the land. That makes them part of us. I stopped my imaginary dinosaur right there in his tracks. We're making dinosaurs? Well, in no way, my boy. There are dinosaur bones in the earth everywhere you looked on the prairies. They're in the land. That makes them part of our DNA. When I was a little girl, I remember my mushroom clearing the land around our house. One day he digs up this big bone. He never seen nothing like it before. This white scientist comes out from Edmonton and he looks at it. That's the first time I heard about dinosaurs. Wow. Do you still have the bone? Oh no, my boy. That white man took it to a museum so others could look at it and enjoy its teachings. Can we go to see the house where you grew up in and dig for some more dinosaur bones? And Hookham started to tear up and couldn't speak for a moment. I felt so bad. I totally forgot. She talked about her home and always brought back those memories. No, my boy, and never go back there. The government, no, I never understood why my Hookham's family would sell their land until I got older and learned about all the things government did. Then I started realizing that maybe that's why my Hookham didn't have to go to residential school. They already got the land. Got the land. What does that even mean? Got the land. But the land isn't just 6 inches deep. What about what's under the land? Our story. That's part of the land. And that made me even more driven to reclaim our story of this land. But as early as high school, I found that my people's story, our migration across time, would butt heads with one of archaeology's most prized assumptions, the Clovis arrowhead theory. Welcome, students, to social studies. The first Clovis spear arrowhead was found in 1930 near Clovis, New Mexico. This unique shape, this blue king, had only ever been found in China. Since these arrowheads were found with woolly mammoths, who we know crossed the Bering Strait land bridge from Asia during last ice age, then we must assume the so-called Native Americans are actually Asian, well, Mongolian to be precise. Whoa, wait. So now I'm Asian? God, my little brain could not understand this logic. So that summer, we visited my mom's friend Nadia in Ontario, who helped protect some of the petroglyphs near her reserves. Oh, look at you, all grown up. I remember when you were born. Of course, your mother raised such a cute baby. Well, at least his Mushum and Cookum were around to help. Auntie Nadia, I learned in school this week that I'm part Asian. Oh, wait, actually Mongolian to be precise. Really? Is that right? I told you in the car not to say that. It's not real and you might get into trouble. How can I get into trouble if that's what my teacher told me? I heard a rumor that you might want to see the petroglyphs near here. Yeah. Are there movies here too? The next morning, we met Jason Fairchild, who took us deep into the bush. Then, without warning, the trees parted and revealed a jagged, rocky outline. You could see the perfectly carved symbols under the overhang. With his beautifully carved stick, Jason Fairchild traced each curve and swoosh as he told a new chapter in each story. Literally, a whole textbook in one symbol. Then Jason Fairchild read one of the petroglyphs, which talked about his people traveling north, following the melting ice of the last ice age. Mr. Jason, my social studies teacher said we come from Asia. Oh. For the past 100 years, white scientists have tried to push this theory. But there's no way we could have developed such diverse language groups, overrun the entire hemisphere, built cities that rivaled the Great Pyramids. No way in such a short period of time since the last ice age. Oh, and that inspired me even more. I was determined to go to university and disprove this Clovis theory. In the summer between high school and university, I was accepted into a first of its kind Indigenous youth archaeology summer camp. It was the brainchild of Dr. Pauline Stewart, one of the first Indigenous PhD archaeologists. Welcome, students and burgeoning archaeologists. The stories we are told of our past are colored by the worldview of the people who tell them. History should be written by and for all people. Western academic institutions have ignored Indigenous knowledge, culture, and language, excluding everything Indigenous from the curriculum. This is a contemporary tactic of colonization. It silences Indigenous worldviews, thereby erases our stories of our past. Eurocentric academics have framed the story of the Americas as an empty land, devoid of humanity and history. Scholars, working as handmaidens of colonization, have erased Indigenous history by perpetuating this theory that thousands of years ago, Mongolian nomads crossed the land bridge to enter Western Hemisphere and became known as the American Indians. For 100 years, this Clovis theory has flourished, ignoring the enormous wealth of proof that people have lived in the Western Hemisphere for tens of thousands, most likely more than 100,000 years. You will be our first generation of Indigenous archaeologists, and it will be difficult, but we must decolonize the myths held within archaeology if we are to ever reclaim our own past and lands that we have always called home. It was like being struck by lightning. I could feel the electricity surge up through my legs, my torso, out through the top of my head. I felt like I could see our Indigenous place in history for the first time. Finally, I heard words that had only existed in the periphery of my mind, a shadow of a thought. Standing in front of me was Dr. Pauline Stewart, proclaiming it to the world. Then Elder Terry Tafoya shared a teaching. Stories go in circles. They don't go in straight lines. It helps if you listen in circles, because there are stories inside and in between stories. And finding your way through them is as easy and as hard as finding your way home. Part of finding is getting lost. And when you are lost, you are open and listen. My work at high school paid off, and I received a full scholarship to a top-level university in the United States. My first history class was in a huge lecture hall. The professor stood at the front of the class, tall blackboard stretching up behind him. Class, humans appeared 2 million years ago, evolving in what is now Ethiopia and Somalia, then moving through Africa, over the Arabian Peninsula, then through Europa, Asia, then eventually spread to the New World. But how did humans make it over here? Well, looking at the map, it seems so far. This question puzzled everyone until we found the Clovis site in New Mexico, where one arrowhead carved in a way seen by Asians and mammoths is up. Excuse me, President. Yes. What is your name, son? Oh, hi. Ryan Cunningham. Well, there's been some new evidence uncovered that suggests people were here long before that. Mr. Cunningham, thank you for your astute first-year analysis of the lecture I've been giving for first-year history students for over a decade. If you could please keep your sports newscaster criticism to yourself until after the final exam, the rest of class will be able to hear the required information. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. Humans moved onto the Bering Land Bridge 23,000 years ago, and we assume moved off the bridge maybe 15,000 years ago. Sorry, excuse me, Professor, I apologize for the interruption, but I've heard these dates before, and I've looked into it. Geologists say that it would have been like 30, 40,000 years ago for the sea levels to be, low enough. Mr. Cunningham, you have now disrupted this lecture the second time. There will not be a third. If I hear one more sound out of your mouth, you will be banned from ever taking any history course at this university, ever. Do I make myself clear? That's what I thought. And where was I? Oh, yes. The human genome was completely sequenced in 2002. DNA carries the blah, 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 genetically modified, and interbreeding and adaptation. That's what's happening. No more than, oh my God. The words of Pauline Stewart came back to me. This theory has been weaponized for the past 100 years. Non-Indigenous professors have established lifelong careers on this false theory. Oh man, I'm so sure that once I got to university, I wouldn't have to deal with racism in the classroom, or at the very least ignorance. But here I was, first day, already being threatened with expulsion. I didn't know where to turn, so I called Jason Baerschat. Oh, it's because it justifies our genocide. If they believe we arrived 10,000 years ago, they can say, see, this wasn't their land to begin with either. It was up for grabs. Ridiculous. Our people have been here for so long, we knew the continent looked like a turtle. And they had to go to space to finally see that we were right. I thought about quitting, but my mom would kill me if I threw away my scholarship. So I buried my head in my studies and tried to ignore the overt racism. At a particularly low point in my isolation and mental health, I sent a Hail Mary email to Dr. Pauline Stewart. I got a response within 24 hours. Say, Ryan, I'm probably the one of the few people in the world who actually knows what you're going through. All I can say is hang in there. I know how alone you feel, but power through. There are more of us every year. And when you finish your studies, you'll have a community. Also, if you haven't accepted a summer placement yet, keep this summer available. There's a major project coming down the pipe, and I want you to be a part of it. It could be one of the hardest things you ever do, but also the most important. Sent a quick reply and thank you. I don't even remember what I wrote because I couldn't stop thinking about her cryptic message. But those few sentences carried me through the rest of the school year. Before my final exam, I got another email. Say, Ryan, following up from my previous email, I'm co-leading a very important forensic dig this summer in North Vancouver. The site will include the remains of many women. And we anticipate a lot of public scrutiny. It is alleged that many of the victims are Indigenous, so I'm asking many Indigenous archaeologists as I can be challenging both spiritually and emotionally. So we will have elders and trauma counselors available to you. I knew right away what she was referring to. Couldn't turn on TV for more than a few minutes without hearing some reference to the pig farm serial killer. We arrived in Port Coquitlam on a Friday afternoon. Sprouting out of the mud like mushrooms were police tents and trailers, and a large makeshift shrine with tributes to the missing women of Vancouver's East Side. Native leaders held a ceremony. This ceremony was to comfort the spirits of the murdered women and to ease the grief of their families. Also to protect the investigators working to find the truth of what happened here. There is an undeclared war on Indigenous women in Canada. It has taken this unthinkable act to catch the country's attention. We must bring awareness of what happened here, to prevent the tragedy from ever happening again. After the ceremony finished and the public had cleared off site, Dr. Stewart and the police chief addressed all of the scientists and police volunteers. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dr. Pauline Stewart. This is Police Chief Paul Demeanor. In Canada, we only have a handful of forensic anthropologists. 10 acres is a lot of ground to cover. We've brought in every archaeologist and some grad students that we could find. As anthropologists, this process will be new to you. You'll be working with forensic biologists for DNA testing and forensic chemists for analyzing non-organic material. Your job is to find the material, any material that is not soil. This is a crime scene, and we use science and technology to find the clues that will uncover the story behind the bones. Then Dr. Stewart led the archaeologists to the house. Inside it was empty, except for blood splattered on the dining room wall, bed frame in the bedroom, the desk. And it was so out of place, covered in what looked like snow, until I realized it was fingerprint dust. And Dr. Paulette Stewart was again. By the time we are called in, there's nothing we can do for these victims. Who we work for are their families and their loved ones. We do the best job we can with dignity, care, and respect, because that's how I want my family to be treated. This is difficult work, and I found early on that it does bother me to see a case on the news, to hear it from the family, then sift through the remains of their tragedies. So I highly suggest that you don't want any interviews with the family, and with such a high-profile case, I strongly suggest that you don't watch the news at all. Dr. Stewart was right. It was one of the hardest things I've ever done. But in that time, when we all felt so helpless to do something, it felt good to be able to help in some way, help bring closure. That experience only strengthened my resolve to complete my studies so I could get in the field and tell our own story. After graduation, I had the funding to lead one dig. After sifting through decades of research, I chose the best site that I thought of, and I thought had a chance to prove humans were here long before the Clovis theory. Then, standing in a 10-foot deep pit 3 months into the dig, someone yells, "Hey, Ryan, mail for you," and drops an envelope into the pit. I open it. We found it. We actually found it. I mean, I was actually traveling into uncharted territories where archaeologists before me had gotten lost, but there in front of me were two firm dates that would completely change my life. Maybe the dates, so these are Iceland and Chris. Oh, no. That was years of indoctrination thinking. Now it didn't matter where I was steering my career as an anthropologist. I was about to veer off into the archaeological badlands. So my first reaction, standing in a 10-foot deep excavation, 35 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, was to, in my hand, were the radiocarbon dates from a lab at the Smithsonian Institute. I mean, even though it was considered one of the top dating facilities in existence, when these two dates were published, it would be a declaration of war with the entire field of archaeology. 2 dates, so ordinary, so mundane, and they would challenge one of America's most cherished dogmas, the Clovis arrowhead theory, Within days of publishing my findings, my phone was ringing off the hook. Hello, Mr. Cunningham. This is Roy Smith with the Washington Post. Yeah, my editor would read your publication and greenlit a full-page commentary in the Saturday's edition. Do you have time to work with me on this? It was a dream come true. The article was published, and I bought dozens of copies for my mom. Within days, I was booked on news channels and speaking tours across the union. It was like, I have to take one. Look, yeah, yeah, sorry, I don't. I'm in Uber right now. Girl, I'm almost at the interview. Right. Late, 7. Late, interview with canceled. What? Canceled? What do you mean it was canceled? Whole tour is canceled. Wait, what do you mean? What the hell, Steve? You're my agent. You take doing the whole tour like it. CNN, MSNBC, Ryan, just calm down. Everything. He wants to hear about the first settlers of America. I told you over and over again, it's not the first settlers, it's the original people. Why am I canceled? No, I'm not kidding, Ryan. I'm on the team. Seriously. Wait, okay, that. Like, this CNN coverage of the first morning of the Iraq War, shock and awe spreading across. Well, how long does it last? Months? We'll get to the next news cycle, whenever it comes out, Ryan. Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath. When you're in Vietnam, it's like whole cities in the desert kind of numbers. That doesn't end. But Brian, I've got a dozen more cancellations over me. Best of luck. God. Ring. Hello. Oh, hi, Mr. Cunningham. This is Mark Ryan, facilities manager at the university. I was hoping to be in your office, but well, it looks like all your stuff is still here. I can wait here to put it. And I'm back. You're gonna have to come out. Take off. All of my traction was defunded. There was no chance of finding a donor to would support such an uncharted research. And made it back to the university before they cleared out the casket. With whatever I could put in my hatch back, I drove back to Alberta. Telling friends, just need to recalibrate. I was going back home to help in my legs. On the long ride, sure you should drive home alone. It's a long way to drive. Mom, I love driving. No, it's all your fault. Yes, I know. Those summers were so much fun just sitting the other camping in the middle of nowhere. I love those times so much. I mean, too much. Hey, on the plus side, the university gave all the graduate students across their funding to develop artificial intelligence, virtual assistant, and mental health counselor bots. Oh, I heard about that AI stuff at our last Mexican seniors mixer. Margins bit. Decided to revolutionize that originally. But you know how extreme margins are. Yes. Apparently, this mental health counselor body is the best. So I'll give it a try and drive my therapies across middle America. Okay, dear, into the road. As soon as your eyes start to close, all right. Hello, Ryan, and welcome to your first session. Thanks. So, what do we do now? Oh, I will ask you a question. You will answer honestly. What is your earliest memory? Okay, sure, see. Well, I guess that would be my mom. And what stories did she do? Well, it's history textbooks. History and intelligence. It is to make you feel ostracized from your peers. What? No, why? My data said in hers that most children prefer fantasy stories, predominantly dragons, knights, and princes. Whoa. Big dragons. And your mom shows you real dinosaurs. And you've seen real dinosaurs. In Alberta, kids, real dinosaurs. And where do you see these real dinosaurs in Alberta? Badlands. Badlands. And the fact that they called it a bad, I mean, that just seems so badass and appropriate because dinosaurs were the most badass creatures to ever walk the earth. And related to badass dinosaurs. Yeah, you know, my people came from the planet. Those dinosaurs are in the planet. Yeah, I do relate to badass dinosaurs. Thank you, I am a very insightful person. Please consider responding to our short survey. I look forward to our next. I haven't thought about son. That was badass. Actually did help.
Woof, woof.
Hello, everyone. And it's the first time I've read this publicly. And
All right,
round, we're gonna be having some more talks. No? Question?
And there's the work. Who else? That. So on the next will be Veronica and Brian, they will be sharing. Alexis, an introduction to two-spirit people, history and teachings, and exploring two-spirit powwows with the event. Great.
Oh, take 5. Okay.
He wants to show, and he's got a laptop. Did he tell you about that? Like he wants to do stuff off a laptop to put on the screen.
Yeah. I got it.
able to share? Do you have another mic or are we gonna share this one? Yeah. Are there any other two-spirit here? Yeah, right on. Any other? No. Okay, sounds good. Well, we can start.
Sure.
Let's start with one. Yeah. No, we need to wait for, public comment. Are we still live?
Oh. Oh, wow.
Are we live? Probably. Okay, I mean. Hey, Bruce, are we still live?
Yeah.
I just want to say hi to everybody out there watching. Thank you so much for your patience with us. Thank you so much for your patience with us. And I'm super excited to be here. I'm super happy to be sitting here with Ryan Cunningham. And just want to say, so grateful again with the Boston Theater Group, host us and welcome us into the space and to invite us to be part of Six Foot Festival. So I just want to say that.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, it's so much to be here. So, our stories.
Thank you. So we're just having still setting up a little bit of technical stuff, but we want to do a presentation involves some videos. We're just making sure that the video is set up and you can hear it and stuff. So we start by talking about the Two Spirits Collective and our creation story around that. Shall I start or do you want to start? Yeah. Okay. So Ronki Johnny, Kika Johnny, and Miguel Esqueo. Hello everyone, my name is Ronki Johnny, I'm a woman. I am a two-spirit person as well. The more that I've learned about two-spirit along my path, the more I realize just exactly how two-spirit I am in so many different ways. For instance, I'm talking about what the two-spirit collective is, that's right. So anyway, the history of that, before I get into fully introducing myself, to get started, the history behind the two-spirit, the two spirits, Powwow Collective, is Brian and I were in Niagara Falls. And we'd gone there for the American sport. And we got snowed. It was that huge snowstorm.
Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. And we got snowed in, and we were snowed in at Niagara Falls for a few days.
Yeah.
They remember that?
I get to see them.
In the casino, that's right. And so we bonded. We got to hang out. There were other friends there. And then we realized we were both like knew about the Roost, which is such an important location in Edmonton that we both were so familiar with, right?
Yeah, yeah. Growing up, definitely with my instructions to the queer community. Yeah, and in Edmonton, the mid '90s. Yeah.
Yeah, and so my sister, when I was 16, That was my first introduction to the roost, because that was one of the favorite places to go. Because she had a lot of gay friends, female friends. And so anyway, I knew about the roost. My mom used to go and say hello to my friend who is gay and used to bartend at the roost. And so she grew up with our family, at first, and she spoke visit him. And so my mom would walk to the roost and everybody would go, "Ah," you know, because that's how often she would go to go see Clifford. And so anyway, we bonded, we both talked about our hope to become a powwow dancer, right? And neither of us, so just to clarify it, neither of us are powwow dancers, right? So the Two Spirits Powwow Collective, for me, and Wade can explain why you got into it, but for me, was both. I want to continue my powwow journey. As a child, I danced shawl dance, and so I want to get back to powwow, and we're kind of doing it as a duo, this exploration of powwow. And so today, my understanding of today is we're not really going to be talking about powwow today, we're going to be talking about Two Spirit teachings. And I've already learned so much from you and Carlin. But that is the very beginning of something where we need to kind of learn alongside other Two Spirit people who want to take that powwow journey. So I'll have to see.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that was where our interests came together. And thinking about the Two Spirit journey to learn about teachings and our history and our place in our communities. I also wanted to learn powwow, and but then thinking about what dance do I think about learning first? I couldn't think about that journey without the identity of being Two Spirit. So our point, well, myself and I believe we had similar questions around what is that Two Spirit journey into dance, into powwow. Where were our Two Spirit ancestors? Where was their place within powwow, within ceremony, and redefining it for ourselves based on who we are now. A lot of the journey has been the learning and understanding of homophobia and how that was such a big tool of colonization that was brought in with Christianity that took over our communities very, very quickly. And this idea and sense of homophobia, which is so rooted in our communities that it's hard to imagine that that didn't exist before coming. And so without those judgments, that was what was exciting for me is trying to reimagine our place in our community without those limitations placed on us early on. It was ironically too when I was going to lose, when I was in school, when I was 16, 15, and I started learning about queer culture. I was raised in a religious home, so I didn't have those that homophobia sort of placed on me. So when I had friends that were coming in the closet in high school, I didn't see anything wrong with it. I didn't change my friendship or relationships with them. But I started to question. I'm like, well, I know I'm not definitely not straight. I'm very comfortable hanging out with friends and coming in the closet. And started questioning, well, am I gay? Am I don't know, but I definitely can't identify as straight, but I definitely know I'm not gay. So what's that even mean? And so that's when I started asking the question to myself before I knew anything about being queer.
I think we want to start with the video, and I just so that we set up with that. And so, Harlan Keegan, that's me. Harlan Keegan has agreed to be our Two Spirit elder advisor. And so we're also here to collect questions from other Two Spirit people or Two Spirit youth and or to present to Harlan so that there we go. So that he could help us form and
First Nations free.
here we go. I believe that we've got this almost set up. We're good? Almost. And you're gonna love, I felt love with him doing this research. I just worked with him and I counted for him as part of this project. Yes, okay, here we go.
Researchers thing. I'm the expert. We're gonna have to like build half of no needles. You must bridge half. Hi, my name is Farmer Cree. I am First Nations Cree. My name is from the Beaver Lake Community Reserve. My father's from the Silent Reserve. I am an Indigenous Knowledge Translation Unit at the British Columbia Centre for Disease Control. Members of the Two-Spirit Trial put on its first ever research group that solely focuses on Two-Spirit people, communities, and experiences. So we just came back from the lab. We sent a contingent down to Northern California to work in Humboldt County, and we worked with the four neighboring nations: the Huron, Upa, and Wendat. And you know, they did a survey within their high schools. So we reported back the findings that we saw from the data. And then we asked the high schoolers, the Two-Spirit and queer Indigenous people, students, like, did we hear this right? And some of the things that they were sharing is that they didn't feel safe in hallways and bathrooms. Well, how do we address this? And there were principals as well as administrators and educators that were talking very deeply what's. There's no changes there. We're already getting messages back that people are coming out. People are, you know, and that is the good work. We're changing that community so that they can be in good relations with their Two-Spirit relatives. They can be in good relations with after the lab, that they can be in good relations. So we have a broad mandate and a vision that we should emanate of. And how is it that a research group is like, how are you supporting love? But we are. And we know that we are. And that only comes with making sure that they understand what the data is saying. It is accessible. So that is knowledge exchange, knowledge mobilization, or implementation science, however you want to call it. But we're making sure that they deeply understand, hear, and know what the data is saying, and then working collectively to address the challenges, but also to build upon the amazing work. Yeah, part of is, is taking up space in the world of the academy and media, and with his PhD, he's telling truths that academics have to accept.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Beautiful man. The introduction. We do have other things that will not define, because I remember you said that it's not about defining, right? It's about what do you call it? You called it a framework.
Framework and about our position, it's our goals.
Right.
The idea of Two-Spirit identity is as much of an identity, but a placeholder for the goals that we ought to have on the community.
That's right. And explain that it isn't necessarily that a Two-Spirit person, not all Two-Spirit people, from what I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong, is not all Two-Spirit people also identify as queer.
Yeah, correct. That was the big a teaching that I took away from Harlan was the LGBTQTI plus are categories, are titles that people identify with based on sexual preference and gender identity. Very much rooted in the Euro-Western framework of the world, it's very much a binary, where it sees the world as either masculine or feminine. And so those identifiers, LGBTQIA+, are terminology based on sexual preference and gender identity. One of the big teachings that I took away was being two-spirit has nothing to do with sexual preference or gender identity. Speaking from a free perspective, we each had 7 genders, depending on dialect, the region, and had people that identified on the spectrum of sexual preference or gender identity, whether it be male, heterosexual, homosexual, female, heterosexual, female, homosexual, transgender, fluid, or asexual. He had a space and a name for those people, but being two-spirit, because we saw the world as inanimate and animate, that this spirit or that without spirit, we also saw the world in feminine and masculine spirit within spiritual beings, within individual beings. And so we could see the masculine spirit in a man or a woman. We all know men or women who are incredibly masculine. There are warriors, there's women. It doesn't mean they're gay or straight. It just means that the spirit being embodied. Same with feminists. We know men and women who both embody feminine. That doesn't refer but their preferences and their gender identity. That spirit, we identify that as part of our worldview. And so we could see the people in our communities that embody both the masculine and feminine. And they had places revered positions or mediated. They could go and hunt, they could gather, they could take care of children. But they had this perspective into the different worldviews that many people had. And so what I love about this teaching is that it of course honors the two-spirit people who embody both, but it provides equal respect and honor to our warriors as much as our caregivers, because I feel like that's what we're losing in the conversations we're having now, where it's such a one way or the other, call it the morality pendulum thing, where it's, we're in a place where people are saying, well, toxic masculinity is being a thing thrown around. Of course, there's toxicity in anything, but I love about the teachings that it honors the masculine as much as it honors the feminine, just as much as it honors the two-spirit, the whole globe. And I really love it. It brings in everyone's perspective and doesn't focus on one.
Absolutely, thank you for that clarification. And also that Harlan talks about the two-spirit name is for only Indigenous to use, Indigenous in Turtle Island even just to use, because the term two-spirit was coined, the Indigenous nation that were at that gathering were from Turtle Island, hence that's why it's like a Turtle Island placeholder name, until we can find out our own way of, so that's what I loved about it. It's kind of, so it's kind of one of the steps along the way to finding our way back to our original way of knowing and being. And as we learn and relearn and decolonize our minds, that we will get back there. And this is one that's kind of the stepping, one of the steps to take with that. And that's really what for me is part of this, right? Like, and this whole everything that we've been doing, working together to try to make this happen. It's such a learning journey over here, and it's just been so wonderful. So now, do you want to talk about our individual stories and our individual two-spirit stories, or where do you want to transition to? Harlan, yeah, let's watch another video. And we can get into personal stories, my personal stories.
And from the people in the fire, so please join me in welcoming the fire.
so many folks. My heart is like so happy. Tante, Harlan Ruby, Evaka no Mani, Niha Ayakwe. Could not stop in our you have to help me with this. I'm going to miss your thank you. Upa, Karu, yeah, we are. Given us something in our formation. Greetings, my government name is Harlan Ruby. My Indian name, and I didn't use the I word. You can ask me why later, why I use the I word. Is actually in Sioux. I was doing some work on the Rosebud Reservation, and the Sioux Nation, Mercy to Eagle Bear, organized the naming ceremony. So they gave me the name Waka no Mani. Waka being spirit, like good spirit, bad spirit, neutral spirit. You know, I can do good, this is world I can do bad, or I can like suck up a lot of space. I hope I don't do nothing. So that part of my name is a responsibility of how do I want to show up. And so I try to show up with good actions, good words, good thoughts. And when I fall short of that intention, a mistake is only a mistake if we don't learn from it. And so every misstep or mistake is a learning opportunity in my world. Knowing is to, and Mani is a sacred journey. So I was going to get that translated into Cree. I'm First Nations Cree. My mother was from the Beaver Lake Indian Reserve. My father's from the Battle Lake Indian Reserve. Two different reservations, but the same signatories to Treaty 6. And so I'm a Treaty 6. We have numbered treaties in Canada. And I also said in my introduction that I am two-spirit in my own language, Miha Ayakwe. And so it does my heart so good that I can talk a little bit and share with you some of the teaching around what and who two-spirit people are. Or two-spirit then and now, reclaiming our place of honor, respect, and dignity for our gender and sexuality diverse Indigenous people within your respective nations. So, and I also said in my language a big thank you so much for the host nation, as well as all of the people that have brought us and worked so hard to come here today. Now, how many folks have seen this genderbread person? Yeah, right? So this genderbread person, I have to walk around. I tend not to go in my hair just in case I have to write a note. So for the genderbread person, and I went back to the first genderbread person, right? There's like genderbread, there's the gender unicorn, there's 2.0, 4.0, but I go back to the first one because the first one informs all of the next ones, right? And we can kind of say that but within this conversation, there are these concepts of gender identity, gender expression, biological sex, and sexual orientation. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time with these concepts. The gender identity is an internal conversation of like, what is my gender identity, right? And for me, in my Cree way, I would say that I'm a Yahweh. In the Western kind of way, I may say two-spirit, or I may say a man, right? And here they have the binary of like on one extreme woman, on the other side men. In between, there's many other terms, but these two like gender queer. Gender expression is how do you express that gender? Like the mere act of sitting can be gender, right? Like I can sit like this, you know, the man spread, right? Sit like this, right? So the mere, like, we genderize everything and we express it within what we wear, how we walk, even how we sit. And so the gender expression, again, is from masculine, feminine, and then this androgyny that's in the middle. Biological sex is just a physical description, right? And so it's like sex characteristics, male or female, and that's if you have like primary and secondary male characteristics, and if you have primary and secondary female characteristics, and if you have a blend of those, it's intersex. And sexual orientation, this is a little bit, these three concepts are me, myself, and I. If I were alone on a desert island, or I would have a gender identity, I would express that gender, those coconut shells would be rocking. And I would also have sex. Sexual orientation is a little bit different. So the internal conversation, I find someone attractive, but if we don't know the assignment, the sex of who I find attractive, we can't make no sense of sexual orientation. So there's an internal conversation, but you need an external piece of information to validate that. I, as a male assigned individual, find another male assigned individual attractive. We would say that that's homosexual. We say gay. I, as a male assigned individual, find a female assigned individual. We say that it's bisexual, or female assigned, something female, lesbian, right? And so sexual orientation is it's an internal dialogue, but we have to get that information of who do we find, what's the assignment of who we find attractive. So I was like, oh, this is cool. And both for genderbread, I was like, two-spirit is going to be really kind of hard to plot within that. And then I found like this was like a little Anook relative, someone who's Inuit, right? Because you can see the little parka, right? And I was like, but it's still rooted within this Western understanding of gender identity, gender expression, within the binary, biological sex. And they bifurcated attraction to romantic and sexual. But it's still firmly rooted. And I was having a really difficult time of plotting out two-spirit within this framework. Gone are roles, gone are this cultural understanding. It's also this binary of gender and gender identity. And so I was like, I can't use this framework. We have to go back to our old ways of thinking. So this is where we will be talking about our old understandings that predate these Western frameworks around sex, sexuality, as well as gender, both identity and expression. So we'll be talking about two-spirit people. This is a piece of graffiti that hangs near the Granville Street Bridge, and Corey Volpin, cisgender, co-Salish relative, and straight. And the name of the piece is called Respect. And so if you want to come to Vancouver, you'll see under one of the bridges, this is our graffiti, which is kind of cool, right? So first of all, the concept of two-spirit. This is the closest thing that you're going to get to a definition of what two-spirit is. And it's really not a definition, it's a framework. And I'll explain why we can't give you a definition for what two-spirit is. So first of all, two-spirit is a community organizing tool or strategy and not an identity. Implicit with identity is an endpoint. Kind of like when I came out as gay. Then I had to like go, what is gay, who is gay, and then I started looking, I moved downtown and I found the gay community, and then I got like schooled in what it was to be a gay, right? And then I started fleshing out my identity as a gay man. Well, for two-spirit is a way for us to identify those individuals who are Indigenous to Turtle Island and like some sort of like non-binary or sexuality and gender diversity. And when those two come together, then it opens up the possibility for someone to answer the call of two-spirit. If you're not Indigenous and you're not like LGBTQI, the list goes on and on, diverse sexuality, gender, diverse people, you can't use the term two-spirit. And that sounds harsh, right? But if everyone and anyone can use two-spirit, then my job as someone who's working with Indigenous people who are gender and sexuality diverse people, two-spirit, if everyone can use that term, then my job as a community organizer working with Indigenous people becomes nonsensical. Because they go like, hey, two-spirit community, we're doing, and everyone shows up, right? So it has to be only reserved for Indigenous people who don't see themselves within the binary masculinity or femininity. And so it's much more richer, but again, we're problematizing what it is. The term two-spirit doesn't make sense unless it's contextualized within an Indigenous or Native framework or community. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on in the presentation. Within a traditional setting, pre-contact, two-spirit was a gender analysis and not a sexual orientation. It was about your role within society. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on to explain what that means. Today, most people associate the term with LGBT, IQI plus, Indigenous people or Native people. However, the work of Two-Spirit organizations, leaders, elders, and community members is more akin to this traditional understanding that predates these Western notions of like LGBT.
Yeah, so, if somebody wants to go and check this video out, where am I to?
Yeah, just Google Harlem student. His name's right there. And this is probably, yeah, should be one of the top couple that'll pop up on YouTube. He's got a number of videos from over the years. Uh, yeah, as you can tell, incredible stuff. Yeah.
So much. I'm so glad that you introduced me to Harley Quinn, and I haven't actually met him yet, but I'm so looking forward to it, and just the amount of learning that I've done as well. But like we were talking about earlier, was just like the more I learn about Two-Spirit, the more I know exactly how Two-Spirit I am. It just kind of reaffirms my two-spiritedness to me. So it's really great. It's just like I was telling you before, it's like you don't understand something. I'm learning the Cree language, my mother's first language, and I don't understand something. I translate it to Cree, and suddenly exponentially it creates all this other understanding within myself and my being. So that's what's happening every time I learn something new or hear something new from Harlan. Like the ripple effect and the vibration that goes through my body and my spirit, it's just like just reaffirming that I am, you know. And how do you feel about that?
Oh, exactly the same way. I remember growing up, and I'd be hanging out at the gay bar when I was young, and I knew I was, but I knew I was straight. And quite often, gentlemen will look at me and turn around and say, "Well, you just don't know you're gay," or like you just bi. But you know what? I can't relate to that term because to me it's like it's an identity reduced to sex, sexual activity, sex, and I'm like, that's not. I choose to be with a partner because I have a connection with that person, like a spiritual connection. I know right away. So if I'm attracted to them or not, and it may or may not be if they're male or female or non-binary, but I just knew that that wasn't a wrong. That term didn't work for me. And I actually, when I was younger, I started using the term friend, like if I had no other words. And then as soon as I turned to the spirit, it was. And then the more I learned about the teachings behind it, it was just I made up. Right, that's it. That was what I had been missing.
When was the first time you heard the word Two-Spirit?
That would have been when I guess when I saw him play a group with by Wildwood Poster. He's from Casimiro. And I saw him do that play, I believe it was around 2012 in Toronto. And it was about his journey growing up and learning about the spirit. And we actually brought the play here to Dodge in spring. A few years later. And yeah, and so and the first time I saw the play, and it was about a young Native boy learning about this, and there being some suicide in the community around homophobia. And I as I thought I just like everyone needs to know this, everyone needs to know these stories, and it just it reframed everything for me in a way that it's just really.
The first time I heard the term Two-Spirit was probably around the same time, 2012. I automatically, again, was really attracted to using the term right away and identifying the words Two-Spirit. Not in the sense that I have two spirits, but in the sense that in what I do in my practice is I have this very feminine, I'm a drum player, very, very feminine energy grandmother energy when I work with people, when I work with people in circle, very feminine. And I love, getting all dolled up. Love it. I love it. Getting dressed for the part. It's been a part of my upbringing always. And I also love to dress up as a boy. And I also loved, suits growing up stuff and, just really experimented a lot with just the clothes. It was really fashion growing up. And so I loved all that. And so for me, and as you know, I have a lot of back with Johnny's, and Johnny's is very much encompasses my masculine part, right? And so when I'm up on stage with the Johnnies, if you've ever seen us either here at the Bosch or at WAM, the Kingston Arts and Music Festival, you would see that it's like I'm embodying a very masculine energy. I'm wearing leather, black, got boots on, I'm right there, right next to the, and so for me, in terms of that, the way I think of two-spirit myth is more around, again, the way Farley teaches, it's about that feminine dynamic. And for me, as a two-spirit person, like I was saying, the more teachings I learned, the more I realized, and I've always been a peacekeeper in my family. I've always kind of been, from my own memory, I recall often trying to create the peace within my household, create the peace on the playground, create the peace within my friends. And like you, I was kind of like you were talking earlier about like hanging out in high school. And both of us were kind of like, we were able to go into any one of the so-called cliques and be a part of that clique. And so being, what I used to say is I used to be very much like a, the amphibian section change. What do they call them? The chameleon. Thank you. I always felt like I was a real chameleon.
Yeah.
And a lot of that had to do around safety, keeping myself safe too, right? I'll just like hide amongst the crowd to make sure that they're not attacking me. Because there's so many places as a residential school survivor, as a sexual abuse survivor, as a rape survivor, big part of just feeling safe is all, there's so many factors within that. And then when you add on top of that the phobia, it becomes a lot to deal with. And so that's another part for me, and you too, is part of this education is to help our young people feel like they have a place, feel like they should be respected, feel like this world is needs to accept it and needs to accept us and not reject us like we have in the past. And obviously I have a lot of reviewing to do. The tears are coming because too many of our people have felt so outside the circle that they just opted out. Yeah. And that's part for me, that's part of this journey is lifting the youth up with us through power to claim our place and claim space within our ceremony.
One of the that we reminded of is we didn't waste our people. Every one of us has a place and a role, and a space in our communities that there's special skills they bring that no one else can. That connector between two different people to understand the different perspectives of the same situation. and also a good reminder that this is where we are now. Just different from where we were. Different from where we
I love that. Thank you. I love that. Thank you so much. Yeah, getting back to so two-spiritedness is a role.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know if you're having time to see the whole video, but I remember Harlan talking about the two different camps in pre-culture. And for me, I feel like it's a way of seeing and a way of understanding. For me, being two-spirit is like a way of seeing and a way of understanding. So the way I always used to describe it to people, two-spiritedness is like, I felt like, and there's lots of ravens in Portsmouth, my home community, right? Hi, Portsmouth, love you. And so the raven sits on the top of the tree, right? And the raven can see over here and can hear what's going on over here. Then the raven can turn and go, oh, yeah, I see what's going on over here. And then I felt my place as a two-spirit person was like to find that connection, to find that commonality, and to be the peacekeeper that brings the two together. And so Harlan talks about this, right? That way of seeing and that way of bringing understanding together. In pre-culture, there was the women's camp, taking care of being the nurturers, the gatherers. There was the men's camp, being the hunters, and how the two-spirit, and each one of those camps were only women, only men. And who could go between those camps was the two-spirit. So that was the two-spirit was welcomed in the women's camp, and the two-spirit was welcomed in the men's camp. And now I understand why I've been surrounded by men in all the work that I do. Almost every workplace I've chosen, almost every kind of work that I've done, it's been male dominated until I quit the drug. Which has been in a culture as well. I went through this whole thing, and I still with my Denny relatives that don't believe that women should drum. There was still a lot of I guess judgment that I had to go through in the Northern Territories because I'm a woman, because I carried the drum. And so for me, being two-spirit also was almost a way for them to accept me a little more as a drum carrier.
Yeah.
But I have other female drum drummers within my bloodline where I could just go, well, wait a second. My grandmother Sophie, my auntie Anna, or like I'm on them too, right? And then of course we know about the drum teachings going back really on. So anyway, getting back to Harlan and that way of seeing and our place as peacekeepers, that to me now it really solidifies the role of the two-spirit. And you're right, it takes away sexuality. It takes away the ginger, whatever they call it, the genderbread, yeah, the genderbread, the whole thing. And how we have to always be like kind of trying to reframe the focus and the lens of what we're looking for. Whose lens are we looking for? He talks about that, right? Whose lens are you using right now? And obviously the female settler reviewer was seeing through that lens, and you could tell that.
Yeah.
And so it's too bad that it's really too bad. We need some more native reviewers out there. Hey, I think if you're looking for a good job, there, start reviewing our place and stuff. Yeah. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
Were you like that growing up too? Did you see signs like that along the way?
I mean, like I was a single child, raised by a single mom, so I was an only child literally, but I was fine being by myself alone. But in school, I was never part of one group. I was always hanging out with the poor kids, and also the nerdy kids, and also the theater kids, and also the jocks. And I never, I always found myself bouncing between all those, and always found myself being like the one guy that like the one bro would always say, "Oh, I don't know what it is about you. I could just always talk to you." Like I always had that from these bros that were they always felt comfortable opening up to me. That was always something that was consistent. And I could always get along with different groups, sort of get their sensibility. And I enjoyed it. That was the other thing too, is I never, and even in terms of my art practice and the career, I was never fulfilled just doing one thing, just being an actor, a musician, a technician. I loved all of it. And I never felt like it didn't feel right to ever just choose one thing. And I love that, but it was difficult, I'm not gonna lie, growing up, especially in like theater school and arts in college. I had teachers that couldn't understand why I wouldn't just. And like, I'm like, no, I wanted to do this and do this as well. I was always told how that was wrong. And I could never just choose one thing. Yeah. What about you?
No, I felt the same. I felt the same. I formed, changed, and transitioned so many different times through the way I see myself, the things I do, my hobbies, my work life. I do so many different things in my life. That's right. It feels like multiple. Definitely, I definitely agree with you with a multidisciplinary art team. I could never just choose one. They all kind of inform each other. I kind of I use them all when I go to Seocnd, or go to school, or go into a drum circle. And the cool thing is like I've had lots of women's drum circles. I've had two-spirit circles, and the women's circles that I've had, we've often had two-spirit show up too. Other maybe as Mark would say, male assigned individuals, and the women are every time women are like, yeah, come sit with us. Yes, like I could never turn anybody away from as one of my circles, and I'm so glad about that. And I can hold that space and keep women safe while also inviting and because that's why we just so you know, like for me, women's circles or women's spaces are more about making sure all of the individuals feel safe, because as we know, Indigenous women, you know, there's a lot of Indigenous people in general that, you know, there's a lot of sexual violence. And so when we go into our peaceful work, we don't want to feel any energy that might remind us of that sexual violence. So that's why we create female-only spaces. So when I say when men come into these spaces, it's something that's really incredibly special. Just like this little one coming up here. So nice to have a four-legged. How much time do we have now for that? And I want to make sure you're staying on board.
I don't know.
10 minutes. Half an hour? Or another 30 minutes? Okay, thank you so much, Linda. Thank you.
Should we watch another?
Yeah, let's watch another bit of what Harlan has to say, because it's so informative.
So where did two-spirit came from? So those nations that had a two-spirit tradition, we had our own words within our own languages that named, accounted, and identified our two-spirit relatives. Like at the beginning of the talk, when I was introducing myself, I didn't say I was a man. We hot that way. Nor did I say I was a woman. We hot that way. I said Niha a Yahweh. A Yahweh is how we would define two-spirit, right? And so we have words. I'm going to be sharing 9 slides of some of the words of who we are and who we were within our respective nations a little bit. Now, I put 1492 because 1492 was a big year for us, right? Huge, right? And now, that's when like CC, I don't even use their real name, I just say CC, right? That's when the CCI happens upon our shores, right? That's the plants the Spanish flag and goes, ha ha, I've discovered you. Oh, did you? We're like, thank goodness, right? Here we are just like lost in our big old continent, we're on these 2 oceans. Thank you for finding us. The counter narrative of that is on October 10, 1492, the indigenous people of what we would call the Greater Antilles, they woke up and they discovered CC on their shores. That's our framework. And so we always must ask ourselves, what is the framework that's at play? Because from a European perspective, they discovered us. From our lens, we discovered them. We must hold those two truths and we would push them into conflict with one another. There's truths. But there's a broader framework that we must draw into attention. And so I share that. Like, what are those frameworks? Anyway, 1492 to around 1989 is when a conversation happened again, but in 1990. Between those periods, the term berdache was used. And berdache is kind of a yucky word. There was these French missionaries that were wandering on Turtle Island, and he saw these like male-assigned individuals that were hanging out doing the work of women, and female-assigned individuals who were hanging out with the men and going on war parties and like going on hunts, right? And the French missionaries were like, this doesn't fit into my rigid binary gender system in which there are only men and women. You know, just like the good book said, God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, right? So like, what do we call them? What do we call them, right? And so there was this Persian word, baksha, that was spread throughout Europe. It first showed up in Italian, baragasso. Then it showed up in Spanish, bardaxa. And then in the early 16th century, about 1525, it shows up in French as berdache. If you go back to that Persian word baksha, it literally translates into a young man or boy who thirsts as a succubus. You'll have to Google that word because it's a crazy A word. succubus, succubus. Or permitting sodomy to be committed upon him. Or, there's lots of definitions. Or a passive homosexual partner. Okay, what are they actually saying? Right? So a man-on-man hot sex, and we hope it's hot, because it's a waste of time, but it's not, right? You're like, beige. Yes, beige. Actually came to ceiling beige. I jest. No, I don't. So man-on-man hot sex, right? There is what we would call is, in medical terms, we would say the anal male receptor partner. We call those bottoms. And when they're not passive, like we call those power bottoms for lazy tops, right? What they were narrowly talking about was the anal male receptor partner, a passive homosexual partner. And so for many, many years, the term berdache was used. But starting in 1975, in the Bay Area, with Barbara Cameron, Randy Burns, and other community leaders, they formed the first ever organizing effort. It was called the Bay Area, the Gay American. You need to go to one slide, no, 2 slides, one more. The Bay Area Gay American Media Organization, back there. And they started this organizing effort. And once they started getting the Native people together, they're like, who are you? What is like? And so this is where that conversation started here in California, is one of the sites that began. But then in 1989, we began a conversation. But in 1990, at the 3rd annual Basket and Go gathering, there was this grand talking circle that was called the attendees. And it was in Canada, in Winnipeg, just outside of Winnipeg. And at that talking circle, they said, we hate this word berdache. We hate this word berdache once because it's French. No, they didn't say that. They said, no, we hate this word. It's all about like he and him. It's not honoring of the inclusive of our two-spirit sisters. It's only about sex. It's about a particular role within sex. And for a whole host of reasons, they said we reject it. But then the work for the attendees was like, how do we organize, and how do we organize within a multinational or a transnational state? Because there was representatives from the Sioux Nation, the Ojibwe Nation, the Cree Nation. And so they were like, how do we organize within a pan-Indian framework? And so after many, many rounds and much discussion, they landed on the term two-spirit. They wanted a term that reflected a combination of both masculinity and femininity, which attributed to males in feminine roles and females in masculine roles. And there we get a pivot. The pivot was your role, a new gender, and a pivot away from sexuality. And so it baked into it, but it was a completely political act. It was an act of solidarity and a statement of sovereignty of land and sovereignty of body. The community was like saying, you French missionaries, you members of the academy, that you named us. You have no right to name us. That right belongs to us. Now, the academy was flummoxed. They were like, what do you mean we can't use two spirits? What do you mean the community says no? We're the experts. And I've seen papers written up until 1996 that still use the term Bradash. And so if you see a paper that uses Bradash, I'd say use a pen, not a pencil, cross it out and write two spirits. The scholarship may hold true, but the nomenclature or the Bradash is highly offensive. We take it as offensive. It's base. It's not an inclusive term.
That's such an interesting history of that.
Yeah.
And like in terms of yeah. When did you start hearing things like that? Like in terms of I mean, for me, it's been very new. I've hardly been the first people that I've started hearing this from. I've been hearing you talk about it now for a number of years, so I seem to be more refined.
Yeah, no, actually, I said them too, but no, I knew that the role of the two spirit was, I love how later in this, he says, it doesn't make us special, like, we're all still equal,
Yeah.
we're all still like, everybody has a role, it's just, your place in the circle, right? And so for me, but I always knew that being two spirit is, also meant that, there was a really strong, possibility that I was also a medicine person.
I know it's not.
And because I know I come from medicine people, I know I'm a medicine person. And I was taught about medicine very early on. And my granny spent a lot of time with my grandmother, spent a lot of time with my mother, and then I'm in the community. But for me, it's like when I first heard the word two spirit, for me right away, it also felt like for me, it also meant medicine music. And it's because of that too I see. It's because of the way that you talk to people. And I don't know, I guess I've always been a little bit of a counselor when I was 19. And then being in talk therapy since I was 19 as well, has kind of informed me about stuff like that. And so for me, like what we're doing right now, right in this moment, Brian, is for me is we are creating good medicine by sharing Carmen's teachings, by lifting two spirit, indigenous two spirit, by supporting each other and lifting each other in this work. And in the future, and like I know we've been doing a lot around that, a lot of research on powwow, because again, me too, I would like to become part of a powwow dancer again. But yes, I want to be very informed about before I do it, and also be very informed about two spirit powwow. And I know that our friends here at Boston Theater, but I do believe they are interested in seeing more two spirit powwows. For me personally, I it's a long time before I can personally talk about powwow. For me, my teachings are once I start my journey, I have to sit with those teachings for at least 4 years. I need to participate. I need to do a lot of learning. And before I start sharing it, it needs to be embodied within my spirit before I can start doing any kind of teaching, which means years and years down the road. And it also means that I wouldn't put myself in a place to lead a powwow, because that's not my place. My place for me right now, this is about my learning journey on the powwow trail and getting back to it. Like I said, I used to dance shawl dance as a kid, and that was so much fun. Going to powwows as a youth, We even went to small boy camp. I can remember going to small boy camp and being really moved by that. But again, being from an Alberta Indian, as well as it's like there's so many powwows back in the day, right? And so for me, it's that's the journey is back to that. With you kind of and along the way, hopefully we will gather just two-spirit youth and learn from them, learn with them, learn alongside them, for more people like Marlon. And from, I believe we have another video, okay? With two-spirit powwow dancer. How do you feel about that? Sound good? Yeah. So this is one of the other. Okay, that's great. So we just have two more other videos to share with you. We've still got about 8 videos. I'm here today for the 2017 Bay Area American Indian Two-Spirit Powwow. This is my second year doing that. The reason why I chose to come here and participate in this powwow is because I myself am Two-Spirit. However, I am normally a grass dancer, but for this occasion, every year I come and women's regalia. And today I share an Apache cat dress, which represents my tribe. And the reason why I dance in the Two-Spirit powwow in women's regalia is to honor those who could not dance, and who could not be themselves, who are ashamed or who are being shamed against. I also participate in honor of those who committed suicide because they couldn't handle the bullying. I also dance for those people who were murdered because they were transgender or two-spirited or lesbian gays. And so I feel when I come here and I dance, I put all my heart into it, and I actually feel like I gathered their spirit and I lift it and release it into the arena for them because they couldn't. So that's my whole reason of coming. And that's what I share with people anytime they ask.
We started the Two-Spirit powwow with sort of like this idea or this vision to be inclusive and welcoming. Because I grew up in Oklahoma, and sometimes when we went to the big powwow, which is called River, it was like the biggest, largest powwow in Oklahoma. Sometimes when you're on that gender variant scale, you don't really feel as included or as wanted. So one of the things we want to do with the Two-Spirit powwow is make a space that would be completely welcoming of all people. And so that's what we did. So we wanted to be a Two-Spirit powwow, but we wanted the whole community to come out. And that's really what they did from the very start. We had our very first one at the LGBT Center. We expected like maybe about 150 to 200 people, 500 people showed up. And ever since it's just grown and grown and grown. So it's been amazing to watch it grow. But the most important thing that we always stress is that it's a place welcoming of everyone, all people. And I really appreciated to see it grow and become larger, but I also appreciate that at its core, it's still that inviting place. And I think for many Two-Spirit people that have maybe been rather shunned from their tribe, it's been a healing moment for them as well.
Equality, that we should all be treated equal and that Creator loves everybody, and no judgments. Creator doesn't judge, and that's what we feel here at this powwow. It's just no judgments, openness, fun, friendship, making new friends. I've made some new friends. I'm really happy and excited about that. We're bonding, it's a great opportunity for the community to come together and people from afar to come too. So I invite everybody to come.
Wow, that was so incredible. So moving. So I think we're just gonna wrap it up and I just want to thank everybody for being here. Thank everybody for watching at home. Thank you so much. And we do have some presence online. We're at the Two Spirits Powwow Collective on Facebook. Just that's the only page we have going right now. But we do plan on doing future work. So if you're interested in connecting with us, what's your website?
Hunting concepts.
Yeah, huntingconcepts.com, and me, I'm at indigened.ca. So that's Indigenous and Education together, indigened.ca. So you can fill out a form on that website and imagine on yours too, and get in contact with us, especially if you're Two Spirit Youth. We want to hear from you. And that's the one.
Nice.
He's off. It keeps turning off.
Hey, don't forget to make your own pizza at 3.
Oh, that's how it is.
Soon.
I got an X-ray done. I'm all right. Oh, doctor, make an appointment. Doesn't last that long.
Yeah.
4 months. Oh, yeah, they're not on mute anymore, so they just heard you. They're all. I got the message. Sounds like it.
That is the smart.
What?
Can you speak enough? You did really good. But how?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? Drop it up the Bluetooth. Oh, the zone. Yeah, so they fixed that.
Oh, hydraulic oil. Yeah, hydraulic. Yeah, it's right under the seat. Ethan, talk about the fire.
So today at 3 o'clock, we'll be starting pizza making. They'll go pizza with the pizza oven here. Right now, we're just waiting for the coals to get nice and hot. Start cutting some clothes, get it in there. Start making the pizza. Get the coals nice and hot. Now we wait.
All the toppings. It's a good question. That's all. That one has stuck on. What is it? Oh, really? Yeah. But I can't remember because I have it in the national and I have like the massive, but I think the massive. I think if you look under the seat, yeah, right in the center, that's the kind of right yeah.
them more. So we got people do, but pretty fast if we just get it, they just throw toppings in.
Okay.
You gonna need the places? Yeah, yeah, just go like this. Yeah, there we go, professional. I think you were a little bit more sauce. Don't be stingy with that sauce.
Got it on.
Okay. Okay.
It's my malicious. It works quite well. I leave a little bit of crust. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if you want to try the top, go like what?
Just put she's going last or first?
You can go first, you can go last.
Just a little bit on first then.
I would always go first with the cheese.
Really?
And the toppings on top.
Also, the cheese never goes last, it goes first?
There are a few toppings where you do it the other way around, but all of these toppings you should put on top.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Why, because they filled out water?
No, it's because they're top. No, they'll slide off.
Extra cheese? Well, this is the only layer of cheese we're getting apparently.
It's pretty good to me.
What?
Sprinkle.
Should be over here. Look at you missing out. Okay. Just put a little bit of everything. This is a tester anyway.
Can I just leave these open?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yep.
Okay.
You're lying.
Could never work in a pizzeria.
You gotta put flour on there.
They'd be so disappointed in me.
Like this, that, yes. We should get here actually. Getting real crafty with it.
Ready for the first pizza.
Okay. They're a tester.
Wipe down the tables, eh?
I did.
Yeah. Oh, making a skid.
Hey, we're doing pizza making. Pizza making. Pizza making. Why do we? Where's the line? Line starts over there. Line starts here.
Okay, about you gotta go faster.
Okay, I'm trying to make it look nice.
Okay, it's not like there's a line of.
I know, but what there is, you have to go faster.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Prepping.
Well, that's cool. Have pepperoni on top instead of the bottom always. Okay,
That's good. That's
That's
probably
good?
as much topping as we want.
Yeah.
on the pizza.
okay.
And we can eventually probably put more cheese on the outside. Just,
What cheese right now?
but no, that's fine. We'll try this. You can probably pick them up right with the peel off the table there. See how that goes.
Your fingers.
All right.
Me, please.
Sure.
Don't get my face. I never signed a consent form for this.
Oh, very entertaining. Oh yeah, how's that?
Pretty quiet.
Okay. Still probably. Take one of. No, no thing. Just keep track of it, and then once you make it, we'll just. Oh, okay.
I better not.
It's a tricky part, right?
I'd love to. No, I love to, but I had a gallbladder attack last night, and I gotta watch everything I eat now. Yeah. Oh no, it's okay.
I admire your self-control.
Well, I have to, right? I admire your makeup. Thank you. Oh. No, I love the stars. I forgot my hat, so it's kind of like it's the sun. Oh yeah, for the sun. What's your name? I'm Ava. Ava. I'm Ava. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Yeah, thank you so much for this. Yeah, you guys only have 2 treats of those, so I'll just save it for somebody else. And what's in there? What kind of sauce is that?
Primo.
Oh, nice.
Gourmet tomato sauce.
Nice.
Gourmet.
Straight from Italy. Definitely not from Fresh Market.
Get at it. Get at it.
There should be somebody in the kitchen though. So you can stop running. Sunsetter.
Hey, you're totally good.
No, did one.
We'll have to try it. We may have to use less dough.
Yeah.
Because it looks quite doughy.
Are you open?
Yeah, another thing is the further you put it back, the hotter it is. So the closer you are to here, the more flaky the skin is.
Nice gimbo. Works perfect. I can even just set this right here. Ashley says, thin crust only, half dough amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more, yeah? Hey, pass it on camera. No, we're gonna just make one for now. Yep. Okay, come over here. Some pepperoni. Okay, over here, let's do pepperonis. You take your glove off now. Use this one. So. We haven't made these boxes.
Wouldn't that be so cute?
There
might be some in the front office. Possibly.
I think we just have those regular takeout containers. Just flip them upside down.
Yeah. True. Are you fixing it? You gonna do one more?
Saying something about. Yeah. It's got to take longer. Yeah.
The outside burn.
Well, usually you want to let it sit for a little bit.
Very much appreciate your patience. It's still very doughy. Yeah. A whole bunch more.
She's coaching us through the chat. Ashley's coaching us through the chat.
Is it?
Yeah.
I actually, it's my first time. Don't make fun of me.
Okay, we'll open it right here, okay?
Ah,
Don't eat too much.
You don't notice the doughiness of it.
Okay.
It's a workshop, right?
People have to cut his strip.
Yeah, she says it's a workshop. Learn as you go.
I see the crust isn't bad.
Was it?
Yep. Come get your pizza happening right now. Back lot at the Bajamajit Creation Center, 43 Queen Street, Mantuani.
Yeah, a little bit going on the inside.
So, you know.
Right? So you know when you cook a frozen pizza, like take it out the burner.
If this is a little undercooked, then we'll just find it.
Oh, pretty sure that. Okay.
How much cheese? Smells so good.
What are you supposed to do with those ones that have so much flavor and already have sauce on them? A lot of onions?
Do it.
Table was. Okay, this one is good.
Is that the first thing one? Oh, I'll do the first thing. Now.
Like hot pepper on this? Try. So you could try and get a pepper and every bite. How's that?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. One was all the cheese.
What up?
Oh, put some cheese over there.
Marble or?
Oh, it's good to.
Is that going?
Better. Hopefully that'll work.
Should I find my beer?
It's good.
That's good.
Let's go pepperoni and turkey.
Want evened out this one?
Yeah, just slap it on there.
You would stretch it like this over your hand. You can like kind of like grab it lot of the work. Call it.
That's good.
Sure.
Oh, Gravity's your friend.
Awesome.
Got your ball? Ball? The night. Like a phone time.
This is the first thin one. It's the first thin one.
Okay.
I think they're coming out a little better now.
Oh, you could, yeah. Very good. Using heat in there too, which is good.
Yeah. Yeah, with the heat dying down and it not being so far back.
Turning. It's gonna be just like a little bit of sauce, like pizza, like cheese, right? It's fun, right?
It doesn't have a, the thing doesn't work. The temperature gauge doesn't work on our pizza oven, so we can't tell the temperature of the pizza. So we're kind of figuring it out as we go. But they're turning out better and better each pizza. So
That's a nice sauce.
hello, hello.
You want to come make one? Well, I want to come make one.
You put this on.
Which one? What do you? Oh, wait. It's like under. Okay.
So it's ready to go in the oven. Because I took my gloves off.
How did you do this?
Don't even.
Try the palm of your hand. You will. You know,
Like a little bit of that?
no, grab it. Like knead it with your fingers. With your fingers, yeah, like that. Yeah.
Never done pizza.
We're coming down to
There you go. Yeah. They all abandoned me? No.
Okay, are we making a pizza? We're gonna make a pizza. So we have to start like you.
Here's.
Can we go inside? There's stuff inside too. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go in there first and then come back up. Yeah. Okay. Good.
No, there's a hole in it. Show everybody my epic pizza skills. That does not.
You can strap.
You put your
This. No grabbers.
so
Yeah, you just have to let it like stretch.
Mhm.
Here we have a little bit of a hole until it's big enough. And then when you hold your hands like this,
Whoa.
just and it's
Knew I heard a little bit of an accent.
oh, it's there, yeah. Oh, it's there.
Your technique. Stuff for us. You don't see, I don't think you see the traditional Italian way.
I want to redo.
Or are you getting the technique now, dude? Real?
Yeah. Sure.
Good.
Make it a little cheaper sauce. I don't like tomato sauce. It just
Really?
tastes like sour to me. I don't like it. It tastes like sour. It's nothing but-
Yeah.
There's no equity, then no. It's kind of like I feel it's very similar to, say, the medicine wheel. If anyone's ever done a medicine wheel teaching, or a medicine wheel exercise themselves, right? The medicine wheel is mind, body, spirit, and emotions, right? Those all have to be balanced, right? Can't just be physical, mind, spiritual people that have lack of emotion. No, that's an imbalance, right? So we have to approach, anything we go forward with this in mind, that we need that. Because, like I say, what we build today, someone is going to inherit. So if we build all this stuff that's useless for the people coming ahead of us, or everything, it's not going to work. So we have a moment in time right now. We can observe this. We have like, geez, everyone's armed with a camera, right? Everyone's armed with a communication device. We have that. So why don't we use that to improve our, you know? With that being said, you go and you look at, the past in other places of the world. Because we can talk about what we're going to, but let's look at what other people have done. Because other people have, say in Brazil, for example, Brazil is a good example. McDonald's, they're selling burgers. Hey, we gotta burn this forest down and we're gonna pasture, we're gonna raise these cows and sell off the burger. And we're gonna, just put this land that has been, like I say, how long? Like longer than you can imagine. When we destroy the land and it starts to reduce the quality
and of the land, that it's going to take a lot more long time to rebuild, right? But these people who are like pushed off their land, and they said, "Oh, your peasants, we're going to put our cows in for Mickey D's," and then they're like, "Okay, well, these lands aren't producing anything anymore. We're not making profits. Hey, we're out of here. We're going to go find another people to shoo off their land and burn the forest, raise the cows." And then these people have been like hiding in the woods. Like in Brazil, there's been armed conflict to take back their land. Just like, hey, like we are of the land. We need land. We have nothing else. You know, you can't. You know, you're not going to send it to the car manufacturer to get a job. We don't know that. We're highly skilled laborers, peasants. We produce everything ourselves, and we have families, communities. But now it's a hard time because you know, we inherit this poison land, this land that's unproductive, you know, and the water's unproductive. What do we do? Like, imagine we're like, you know, we're running away from this paradise. This is all we have this is what all the land that's available now. What do we do? Oh, well, we need to produce. We need to produce a lot because, hey, but we need to do it ecologically because obviously the land is in a state of disarray and we need to improve and rehabilitate the land. And we have the power, right? It's like, hey, we can create horrible things in this world, and we can, on the other hand, it's amazing. Exactly the opposite. So when you think about all the horrible things happening in the world today, you can do the opposite. You have the power because those are all man-made. And, you know, there's a balance, right? We are people of extremes, so we can, but we want to. And so these people who come back to their land and it's like destroyed, and the water is like poisonous, and there's chemicals or toxins in the land, you know, so that everything now is full of toxins, and it's like, oh, like what are we doing? But then, you know, hey, you can grow plants that are bioaccumulated. Does anyone know what a bioaccumulator is? No? You know? It's like a plant that accumulates high volumes of heavy metals and toxins. And, you know, say sunflower, perfect example. You know, if you ever experience a situation or a scenario where you're like, hey, this land is toxic and there's not much growth, plant sunflowers. You know, the amount of carbon that is, like I grew sunflowers this year, they're like 12 feet tall. Stalks are like this thick, and there's so many of them. Plant bees love them, like it invites nature back. But then, you know, the other problem is that now all those the plant bioaccumulate those toxins. What do I do with that? Okay, well, I'm going to make the biochar. I'm just making charcoal. Old as the hills, right? People have been making charcoal for many, right? Purifies our water. It builds our soil. Soil, talking about in Brazil, all that soil that Washington built, like it was like a large percentage of it was just from the natural burnings that happened, right? And now it's soil, that charcoal, right? And it's carbon, and it's in the soil, not in the air. So it's really amazing that you can like kind of, you know, kill 2, 3, 4 birds with one stone, right? So you can rehabilitate your land, put carbon back in the soil, invite nature back, and rehabilitate your soil. So next year, there's less. And that biochar, carbon, when you put in the soil, microorganisms, fungus, love it. Because those little nooks and crannies, which you can only see with a microscope, they find that there. And that's where that's kind of like their nesting spot. That's like their platform, as you might call it, for extending out and creating this biodiversity that we don't see under our feet. But it's like, you know, we think there's so much creation and so many beautiful things out on this side of the soil. Underneath, it's like a whole other world. And those worlds are connected, you know. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yes. Okay, great question. So to make charcoal, and I mean you can create charcoal making burning things, right? Like charcoal is made basically by burning say carbon or wood, right? With very little oxygen. So it's not like, you know, so say when you put a piece of wood in the fire and it catches fire, it's and it's flaming. Those are all, that's gas. That's just gas coming out and it's being released, right? It's being liberated and it's been flamed going up. That's the heat, right? Well, that's the beginning heat. And then when you get to the coal, right? That's where the real radiation, and that's charcoal. So you could take, you know, and I did this, like whenever I cleaned out my wood stove last year, I'd screen it out and collect all the char, right? I'd collect the ashes for using in soap making or canning hides or whatever, and I would use the char, I put it back in my stove. So to do this just in your own backyard. And I've done it, I did it with corn stalks this year, because I've gotten the habit, I grow corn, like for dry corn, like hominy corn. You might know, I grow that for like making tamales or tortillas or cornbread, whatever. But I grow that and then I burn it and I leave it where I grew it, I leave it. So to take that, you can you say you make a pile or you make a little ditch, right? And you put this in there and then you light it on fire and the flames, you're gonna see the flames going. And once they kind of reduce, just cover it with soil, just smother it. And it'll slowly just kind of like turn into charcoal. Yes. Well, they're not burned. I mean, some may. I doubt it because when you burn something, and all the minerals are left in the ashes. So when you burn wood ashes most the minerals, right? So the minerals don't evaporate. But these toxins are no longer like free radicals. They are like I guess inert, I think is the word. So they're still there, but they're not available for plants to take them up, you know? So and so, you know, and like this is the thing is that we've been here before. Like I remember years ago thinking like, you know, like what are the chances in this earth, however long this earth has been here, that we've been here and we've totally made a mess, like toxin wise of the land. I'm sure it's happened once, twice, maybe 3 times. Who knows? It could have happened here. Hopefully they learned a lesson and things go up. But you know, nature, right? Like we have free radicals, things that are looking to attach to something, right? You connect them with something, and then all of a sudden they're not a problem. Right? So this is just one way, but this is the way that like it's funny. I lived in Cape Breton for a couple of years, and they have a steel. Well, they have a steel industry there in Sydney, and same with Lake Hamilton. I mean, like Hamilton, for example, but I'll use Sydney because it's a smaller place. And there's fields, or whatever, all the slag, but it's dead. They're like, yeah, we're going to remediate it, but well, we don't want to remediate it. Someone can make a profit. Can you imagine, like, not fixing the problem unless you can make a profit from it or make money from it? Like, come on, right? And so, if we wait around for some profiteer to come and save our land for us, we'll be long gone for that. So this is how we empower ourselves to do it, right? And we can do that in our backyard. But like this is what I feel like with agroecology, the thing about it or the approach about it is that we have relationship to the land and the people in our community, right? And we are this island, people that have lived here before the settlers came, the indigenous people, inclusive people, like you show up and you're hungry, they're gonna feed you. They're gonna clothe you. And that tells you a story. We've lost it. We think that everyone's just for themselves. I got to do this for me, and rather than like, and like there's a balance. Obviously, you have to take care of yourself, right, first. But how you do that, are you exploiting your neighbor? Are you creating the balance by creating wealth for yourself? I guess like today, not to go off topic, but I've just experienced a bout of homelessness, which is ended, but it was a few years. And I'm like, okay, so why am I homeless? And why before you could just get a house? Like it was so easy. There's so many places available. Like if I showed up on this island 5 years ago, no problem. No problem finding us. That's what my cousin says, you know, I believe it. Now, we have lots of vacationers. I love vacationing here. I've brought my daughter and my mother here on vacation. What a wonderful time, right? What a special place to share, right? However, housing, right? It's a problem. It's not just in the city, but here. You know, Airbnb, Verbo, whatever. Yeah, you know, I bought this investment property. I'm going to Airbnb every summer because hey, 1,000, 1,500 a week. Whoa, you know, see my bank account pile up. And in the winter, it's like, oh, you know, this guy over there, you want to pay my mortgage while I don't live in my home, but you know, can you take care of it before the vacations come next year and pay me top dollar? You know, that's the kind of thing that's created, right? And now, you know, you have just in Manitowoc, for example, because of this, you have like small business like local bees. They're like, I can't find anybody to work. You know, and I work in Little Turn, right? And at a restaurant, and one of the other restaurants, the Anchor, we close Monday and Tuesday because we don't have staff. And now the Anchor has done a great thing by saying, okay, we're going to rent our apartments to working people here, like people who have a job or need. And so, you know, in that specific example, you know, by trying to you know, make a profit on other people in this small community. Remember, in small communities, little things are big things, right? All of a sudden, businesses are closing down. Doctors, oh, we have no doctors, no nurses. Why? Well, because there's nowhere to live. No doctors aren't going to come here and rent a place for the winter and then move into a trailer, someone, whatever, the summer. Wants to live like that, you know? And so, you know, we need to think about when we do things and what we're doing and how the community benefits, because you can do it. You can benefit personally as everybody around from what you do. So, like I say, this is just an approach. But with that, you know, a big thing about agroecology and what has made it really possible and what has made it really possible for these communities and the rest of the world, like these indigenous peasants, as I talked about, that they have something called campesino a campesino, which is like farmer to farmer, right? Where they sit down like you guys, just take round tables, they sit together and they share. They share their experience. Yeah, I had a really bad time with these insects, and then oh, the guy, oh, hey, I did this, and it solved that problem. So they can share their information because, like, hey, like, I mean, I can go on Google and like, Google, yeah, that's going to tell me a list of things and that. But then it's like, oh my God, you know, how do I apply it to my own life? You know what I mean? Like, computer can tell me in a split second everything in reality, and everything. How do I make sense? It doesn't, right? I need to sit down and talk to you, look you in the eye, you know, feel you, right? And share, right? The other thing is sharing, right? It's like, hey, I may not have money to share, but I have knowledge. You know, I may not have, like, I've been in my personal life, I'm a farmer, gardener, and I don't own a farm. I go to farmers markets, people go, oh, where's your farm? I'm like, what? Do I look like a millionaire? And if I was, why would I be sitting here at this farmer's market selling beef? You know what I mean? I would be doing something else, right? But I've been fortunate to create relationships with people who have land because, hey, landowners, right? And this is something relatively new now. 100 years ago, you had like, you know, all these people, right? Like, anybody ever heard of the grapes of wrath? Yes, the grapes of wrath. We all know this story, right? About I think it's Oklahoma. Funny enough, but Oklahoma, there's these peasants, and you know they're peasant farmers, and they have a house or a cottage or a cabin on someone else's land, and you're allowed to live there. You need to give me, the landowner, 20% of what you grow. Yeah, that's a good deal. I wish I could find a situation like that because I'd be like, here you go, you know, and I don't have to worry about going get another job, pay rent, whatever like that. That was, you know, and so these relationships and you know, like this land ownership has never been people thing, you know? I lived in Haida, Hawaii, for formerly the Queen Charlotte Island, the home of the Haida Nation. Great, strong people who have really come a long way from, you know, seeing like their culture made illegal. You know, they couldn't do the potluck. They couldn't share. You're not allowed to share. You know, you're not, right? But they've taken, you know, they've taken their culture back. But their culture that was that, hey, you have the village and you've got the chiefs and they're rich. They've got slaves and that. They own this kid, or this sand run. They own the river. They own the river. You believe that? Like first they own it. But that ownership, it's not like, yeah, it's ownership and you got all changed over there. No. That ownership was actually responsibility. And they took it like, it's like, hey, if you're not sharing what you have, all your wealth, then eventually someone's going to take it from you and by force. It's not going to be a nice time. So, you know, this is the lesson that's been learned. But anyways, these people, these landowners, they don't want to bury, say they don't want to bury bush, because this was one of the potlatches that I was able to do. I went to many potlatches, never had experience. Actually, in my life, never experienced being welcome as a human being more than on that island where I was welcome to come to the ceremony. No, you don't need a curse. Everyone. You go and they give you gifts. I got gifts. Like, how did you know I was coming? You got a gift. They were dished out, whatever, it's a gift, right? And this feast, right? This fairy feast. They go, and the idea of the potlatch is that, hey, this rich landowner is gonna harvest a bunch of berries, and he's gonna have a party and share it with everybody. So that everybody, whether or not they go and pick a berry after that, is gonna get to share some of these berries. Wow, can you imagine? And then after that, okay, you and your families can go pick till your heart's content. Pick all the berries that you need for the year. Right? That's land ownership. Can you imagine today? Like, you know, why would you great burden having all this stuff? Like a share? But wow, wouldn't it make you feel better, right? If I had like a farm and hey, I'm not used to it, why don't you farm? That's what's happened to me here. Amazing. And only through, you know, hard work and dedication, being, you know, doing what I've been doing to the point where I can take something on. But I'm doing, and I'm doing, and I'm here to share my knowledge, right? Because hey, like everyone might or might not have a garden, but I'm like, hey, we don't have a garden. Me neither. I don't have a farm. But then hey, that guy over there, go nuts, go talk to him. Have a conversation with him. See what happens. It's amazing what you could do it just by a simple, you know, I run into this person, never met him. That's what happened to me with a friend of mine. Met him, and man, we created this relationship based on this mutual understanding. But also, it's like, hey, I have all this, yet I can't take care of it. So, can you help me? Yeah. I don't. No money is exchanged in my relationship with the landowner that I farm his land, right? I'm like, no. You know, I don't. You couldn't pay me, could I? Like, you have a hard time paying your bills. You're just like every other poor farmer. You don't need. We don't need to worry, you know, on that level. And that's actually, you know, some people have told me that bartering is illegal. Like, no, it's not illegal. It's actually in the tax code, totally fine. I did my farm taxes for many years, and there's a part where it's like, you know, if you trade products or services with another person and there's no money, then don't even bother telling us about it, because we don't want to know. Because we can't, I can't put a value on something that money is already a value of, right? So unless you take money, they take the taxes. But if I'm just offering you tomatoes for a back scratch, or you know, you're gonna mow my lawn or whatever, totally fine. So, you know, hey, we don't have to work in the confines of the marketplace today, right? It's an illusion, total, you know, and therefore, hey, you break these barriers down, right? That's what it is. It's like barriers, mental barriers, physical barriers, monetary barriers, right? You break them down, and how you break them down through relationship, right? With that, these round table discussions, Campesino, we have it all. We can do that, right? Like I know there's some organizations here right now, like there's I think one in Manitowoc, like the Horticultural Society or something like that. Hey, it's already there, right? And all it needs is input. You know, what's their mandate? Oh, you come and join us and tell us, you know, you come and join us, tell us what the mandate should be. You share with us, right? So we have these avenues, and we have each other, we have neighbors, right? We have all the resources we need here, right? And if we use what we have here, then our reliance on, you know, global system is going to reduce. You know, I remember many years ago, when GMO started to come into the mainstream, right? My friend, good friend of mine, farmer friend, childhood friend, growing up, dressing up in a corn, and like, you know, with signs, you know, like we don't want GMOs and that. I'm like, hey, if you don't want GMOs, then grow stuff, and these suckers won't have anyone to sell to. That's how you make GMOs obsolete, right? You know, but hey, well, you know, I've gardened once. How many times I've heard that? I gardened once. I tried gardening once. Didn't work out. I quit. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine if everybody on this planet tried something once, they quit? I'd be talking to an empty room. You know, I wouldn't even be here. I don't know, you know? So, hey, you know, knowledge comes from mistakes, right? And knowledge can be shared to prevent mistakes, right? So just coming together and being social, right? So I say it's just about relationship. It's like, hey, we have everything. This is the way we used to do. It's in all of our blood memory, right? Everybody has blood, right? And how far does it go back? I don't even want to guess, right? Because I'm sure it goes back farther than I can even imagine, which is incredible. As being here today, this creation. Any questions so far? Okay, so I'm going to talk about some ways that we can win doing what we do, right? That we can have success. Because this is the thing, right? I'm guarding one. Oh, things didn't go. Okay, well, try again. Try one more year, right? And watch. Try something different. You know, sometimes, like this is the second year I've grown on Manitowoc. Totally different year. Last year was like hot and drought. We got all the rain we needed last year and all the rain we needed this season, right? I had beautiful tomatoes last year. This year, all went to blight. Oh, what the heck, right? Like, what am I doing wrong? But it's like, well, I don't think I was doing anything wrong. Or maybe, you know, actually I see other plants and they're not doing so well. Maybe I just need to add some manure, right? But manure is hard to find. I mean, not everybody knows a calf farm, pig farm, chicken farm, or whatever. And to buy, like offline, it's expensive, right? Meekers, local guy, that's a great local resource. Meekers, right? They're taking fish, guts, waste that's from here, taking sawdust and cedar sawdust for all matters, right? Or whatever, all intents and purposes, which kind of takes a long time to break down. So it's perfect. It's the perfect combination. You take that and all you got all kinds of locally produced and from waste products, create this waste into like gold. The best stuff, right? So, you know, like they're saying, full circle, taking our waste products, we're turning it into something else, right? It kind of reminds me of like I do grain tanning, traditional tanning, smoke tanning, you may call it. And I feel like you know, that's a perfect example of a closed loop system where, you know, hey, boom, hunt the deer, got the deer, I skin the deer, and I take the deer's brain, which a lot of people from eat. You know, I remember in Australia, they sold 6 packs of sheep brains, omelets or whatever. I don't know, but you can use that for the tannin, that's the oil, just the emulsified oils and grains, right? And so, you know, I'm doing this thing, and then, oh, I need wood ash. Like, there's many ways to tan a hide, but I do a wet scraping way, and the wet scraping way uses alkaline, you know, an alkaline material, wood ash, traditional way, right? Ash, like they use soap make soap with their wood ash, right? So you take this, well, where do I get that? Well, if I continue the process, I will, by the end of this process, I'm gonna have to, because, you know, I'm gonna tan the side, and then I gotta smoke it. The smoking is essential, because if you tan the hide with grains and then you don't smoke it, and it gets wet, and you know, hey, dampness, even just dew, it's gonna like, it's not gonna do well. It's gonna start to rot, it's gonna start to decompose, right? It's gonna get stiff too. It's gonna take all your hard work and softness, and it's gonna just remove it, and you're gonna have to start again, even if you can. And then you smoke it, preserves it, and then after smoking it, you have that, and I can start the process, you know. So just an example of how like a closed loop system. So one thing that people come or have problems with, and these are even, you know, seafood farmers, right? Right, like insects, aphids, killed my grass. You know, there's all kinds of things, and I know like there's a big thing with neo. Yes, those things, right? And that's from it's from tobacco, nicotine, right? But tobacco is actually a great and natural pesticide. It's a contact pesticide, so that means that you spray it and it'll kill the but it'll kill aphids, right? It'll kill aphids, and it's natural. And we all know, you know, tobacco is wow, like, you know, we smoke it, we offer it. It's a great thing, and hey, we can protect our food with it. It's really amazing plant. It's amazing, and I guarantee we haven't even discovered all the uses of it yet, but we can. But then there's other, maybe I can't go out, you know, maybe I don't know when the pets come to eat, you know, like, I don't want to get up that morning and run around and chase pets, right? Who wants to do that? They'll in fact, they run away, you can't find them. So there's other types of pesticides we use, and the plants that we source these from are all your common garden weeds. You know, burdock, even burdock, right? Well, burdock's fine. So the first year grows no flowers, right? By you don't know that it flowers in the second year. So burdock, first year, great. Dig it up in the fall. You got your root. You can eat the medicine. Wonderful, wonderful. You leave it, and once the plant starts to flower the next year, you can cut it in the leaves, in the flowers, everything. There's these things called alkaloids, and alkaloids are produced when a plant is flowering, right? Like hormone changes, right? It's like plants like, oh, I gotta produce. It's like it's pretty much just the hormone. It's like the hormone switch. Okay, gotta produce alkaloids, produce, and that's like that milky, you know, that milky stuff. That's those are alkaloids, the bitterness. Right? But you can take this burdock, flowering burdock, and just the leaves, like I said, as long as it's a flower, you can use the leaves, macerate it, chop it up, put it in alcohol, like rubbing alcohol, like a high percentage alcohol, or like I know in Mexico, my friend uses the alcohol because they make cane alcohol, like just like we use white bitter. They have alcohol, like the cane sugar stuff, right? It's like I wouldn't drink it, you know, and I probably wouldn't be making tinctures out of it, but it has industrial applications, and this is one, you know. But we don't have, I guess, we don't have the luxury of, you know, being able to produce these things that make alcohol from, say, that it's more industrial. But we have oil, like sunflower oil or whatever kind of vegetable oil. You can macerate it in vegetable oil. And there's definitely a certain amount of like you want to follow more quantity. I think it's like 100 grams minimum of plant material, and this is in the fresh state to a liter of oil minimum. So you can use more, and if you use more, just dilute a little more. You use it when you apply it, and then you take this. So you can do it for a month, a 1 week cycle, maybe 2, and then you want to strain the vegetable matter out, and then you can store that oil for a few years. It's not going to last forever. And this is the thing, I guess. A lot of the applications we use in industrial agriculture, just kind of like aspirin, willow, or from willow. A lot of these industrial applications can just come from other natural things like Roundup Ready is a perfect example. Roundup Ready is just BT, right? It's whatever they're in, I can't remember the Latin name, but it's a natural thing. And this BT is good. However, it's not stable, meaning it doesn't last very long. And so these chemists have created stabilizers, chemical stabilizers, to maintain the structure of the BT or whatever. So they can store it. That's all it is. They can transport it. And it's as good. It's like McDonald's. Why does McDonald's taste the same? Because the chemical out these flavor things that they can pour on any beef from any location, taste the same, right? And when you go to McDonald's, you want it to taste like McDonald's. Do you have a question? Okay. Okay, well, thank you for joining us for whatever time you could. So with BT, we could produce here. Like we could set up a biolab and produce these microorganisms for use here on Manitou the Island. I would love to do that, but I can't. I'm not in the position to do it myself. This is a community project, right? But hey, we can think about it, and in the future we can do that, right? Because there's a big problem with the spraying Roundup here on the island. Like my friend's a beekeeper, and she had like a horrible colony loss, and it's only come about from last couple of years where a lot of these farmers down southern Ontario can't afford a farm down. The prices are astronomical, but they're coming up here buying up anything that they can grow on, and they're growing cash crops and using chemicals to do it. And now we're going to see the result of that. And we're already starting to see, just a few people that are, having problems. So anyways, back to the botanical extract. You can use yarrow. Yarrow is a common plant, right? There's many different kinds of plants, and some tested and untested, and this is where you come in, because we need everybody, or some people anyways, to try these things. Now the thing with botanical extracts that just like us or other organisms, we can build up resistance, right? Like they call these superbugs, right, from antibiotics, right? Like, oh, you're sick, pump you full of antibiotics. All of a sudden, we have these super resistant bugs, just like we have a super resistant pigweed that you can spray napalm on it, grow bigger. It's become resistant. So we have to consider that. And how we consider that is that, okay, so say I've got my potato crop, I got potato beans, and I'm gonna spray these extracts. And how these extracts work is that, say I take my oil and I add a little bit of liquid soap, as an emulsifier, so that oil can spread out through the water that I'm gonna use to spray. And then I spray the leaves. You can use a little spray can or like a spray bottle that old Windex bottle or whatever. Or like I use a big backpack sprayer because I have a bigger garden. And I use it as well for fertilizer. Fertilize the leaves, right? Interesting. So you take these botanical extracts and say I'm going to spray my potato field, and I've got burdock and yarrow, those two, right? I'm going to use 2 to 1 burdock and yarrow, and then I'm going to spray that. And then I come back oh, there's still pests, because some pests, right? Remember, if they're hiding underneath the leaf, you're gonna miss them, right? Like, you, whatever, you destroy a big thing, you're not gonna destroy everything. Always something that's gonna be resistant, resilient, or hiding. The luck of the draw, it exists. So the next time I go back, I'm going to, spray, maybe a different combination. And maybe it's different plants, or maybe I do want yarrows. And these these extracts work where they're not contact. Although some, there's some plants that you could use as contact, like I say, like you spray it, it kills the insect, but these other ones spray on the leaf, and the insect bites it, and they're like this, right? Like it's like crap or whatever, right? And then they go away. So it's like a deterrent. Great. It's like, hey, I'm not destroying, I'm not going around killing everything. I'm just going to be like, hey, shoot, go away. Like insect or citronella. Like I'm not going to go ignore all the insects, but they go away. So that's how we use it. And the good thing about these things, like I say, they're garden weed. They're the most common garden weed, right? And I've heard that what's the definition of a weed is like plant virtues that have yet to be discovered. And so maybe some of these common garden weeds, we're not even going to think about weeds. Like I don't think of yarrow. I'm like, oh, that's a great plant. I want that plant. So I'm not going to eradicate it. The other thing is fertilizer, right? Fertility, plant fertility, just like any organism, when they do not have the nutrients, like say when we are not eating well, then our defenses are low, right? Microorganisms start to take over. Same thing in the plant world. I've had experiences where I have a row of plants, maybe a couple. Why are the insects only eating those? The same reason why the wolves are going to go for the people sick and the very young, because they're not going to go on a 8-point buck. Kidding me? Right? The insects aren't going to go take on a plant that's fully healthy, right? And so part of that, it could be, genetics, but hey, we have to think of fertility, right? Fertility is something that is really important. And fertility is something that, when we're taking from the earth, remember we have to give back to the earth. We have to, right? You can't just take, right? When you take, then there's nothing left, right? And so we need to return. And so in my experience, where they were not putting, maybe they that had been all these nutrients, great nutrients have been extracted, or they're bound up in the hard clay. This happens, right? So what do we do then? Because soil takes many millions of years to build, right? But hey, okay, we got time. But in the meantime, to help our production, because maybe I can only do green because I don't have it, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna do green manures, gonna grow green manures, and then when they're dead, keep the soil. Right? But that takes time. But in the meantime, because we need to eat now, right? We need to this year. I'm gonna spray fertilizer. And the fertilizer I'm talking is natural. Seaweed's a great one. Seaweed's full of nutrients, and yeah, I know there's radiation in the sea, but the radiation in the sea, well, is it from from us, or is it from the volcanoes under the water? Right? We don't know, right? But hey, as long as we have soil, viable, then hey, there's a balance, right? It's kind of like I think of like when you distill alcohol, right? There's more than ethanol in alcohol. There's different alcohol, right? You distill alcohol, you're supposed to pour off the head and then the tail, because that's where the acids are, and that's where the chemicals, when in concentration, are really poison. So, when we have a more balanced land, right, soil, these little things that we can add are that big problem. The other one is fish emulsion. But I'm going to share one with you and how to do it. Anybody here comfrey growing? Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. So this is a great way to produce fertilizer that you can use for next year. Because like probably in the spring, right? When I start my seedlings, for example, well, the concrete, still snow on the ground. The country last year, I'm gonna cut it right down because we cut it and it broke again. Cut it and I can probably get like 4 or 5 cuts a year up, depending on where you are and how established your plot is. And you take this comfrey. Now, some people, and this works, although it's a little offensive, but it works. Just add water to it and rot it, right? It starts to stink like, oh, like, really bad. Like when nitrogen, goes into the air, it's like a dead animal or manure, like real fresh, strong, whatever. So that's one way, and you can spray that, and that works. However, this concentrate that I'm talking about, you take like a pail, or depending on the volume, you can take a barrel, right? I've done both, but you just put a little hole at the bottom for the liquid to drain out, and you stuff this bucket or barrel, fill as much as you can with comfrey, and then you put a weight on it, like a rock. Make sure it's clean, whatever. Put the rock on there, and then put it in a warm place, but you don't necessarily want it, like in a greenhouse, but it's better to have it because you don't want the sun fucking things. The sun's really powerful. It can like do things. It can mess up our processes very, very much just by being in direct contact with what we're doing. So we put it in the shade, and then a few days, maybe pretty quickly to start. This black sappy liquid starts to pour up. You put a little bucket underneath the catch, right? And then you do that, and then you take that black extract and you strain it. Take it, maybe there's some physical material, plant, whatever. You strain it, and then you put it in the fridge or in the freezer. So maybe I've got a few jugs. I'm going to put in the freezer for next spring, so that because you can put it in the fridge. Like I say, there's no stabilizers in it. Nitrogen's volatile, right? So you want, you can use it fresh, or you can put some away for next year. And then you take this extract, and say I'm doing in the spring, like I talked about. In the spring, I'm going to be I want to spray my seedlings. My seedlings, they're starting to grow, and I don't, maybe I want to keep them going, keep the momentum going. Because then plants will grow until they kind of exhaust their resources, and then they'll just kind of like lose their momentum. The inertia is lost. So you take this extract, and if you're using it on seedlings, which are delicate, and they're not developed enough to take the amount of fertilizer that you're giving them. So you dilute it 32 parts water to 1 part of this pumpkin extract. And then you put it in a spray bottle, like I was saying for botanical extracts for the insects, and you spray the leaves. And why you spray the leaves is that plants have the ability to absorb nutrients through their leaves, their stoma. 90% of what you spray on them is absorbed. Whereas if I took the same amount of fertilizer and I poured it around with the root, only 10% can be taken. I'm feeding on it. But hey, like I was saying, like when you're in a situation that hey, my soil's gonna take a long time to grow or a long time to build up, you can spray this fertilizer on the leaves to help production. And so if you're doing it in the field, like well-developed plants, 16 water, 1 fertilizer. Does anybody have the time? 4:12? Okay. I think I've gone a little past my time, but what I'm going to do is just, if anybody has any questions, I'll just answer questions for a little. I want to thank the Boston for having me come and share what I shared today. I'm really, really happy that I've been given this opportunity. And so, yeah, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you do with ashes from a fireplace?
What do I do? Okay, so once I have the ash, like once I sifted out the carbon, right? You can use that on your soil, right? If you need to, like if you have a highly acidic soil, you can spread some, but you don't want to spread too much, right? But you can also use it for, like I say, you can use it for making soap, right?
And so,
Soap, yeah, make lye, like people used to make lye. Yeah, yeah, like that's what they back in the day before sodium hydroxide was made, or we could buy red devil lye, we used to make it capsules from wood ash. And how do you make I'll just explain, there's a great video on YouTube which you can watch, but you just take like a bucket and then maybe 2 inches above, you put a hole, or as big as you put a cork. The bottom, you put branches, right? And then you put straw, like a little thing of straw or leaves, and then you fill it with wood ashes, and then you fill it up with water, and then all that the water absorbs and it comes out the hole and it's filtered out, and then you have lye. Put a cap on it, and there's your lye. And then you can use that soap making or whatever.
are you a chemist?
No, I'm a farmer, so I guess I'm a jack of all trades, but I'm not a chemist. But I do like chemistry because canning hide, as I've learned, is actually a lot about chemistry. Canning
You
acid.
live on a farm near here?
I live in Seocnd, yeah.
Seocnd?
Yeah. Any other questions? No? All right, well, thank you very much again. I'm really glad you were.
Today, and at home and in the audience. Very. Anyway,
Thank you, it's my pleasure.
I'm gonna get for today, there's all ready for people to just go and grab or make your own as well. And also, today's last day, so take a look at the facilities that are available.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Now we go take questions.
I don't have the view of the editors. Anyway.
Right to the right, oh,
Under the place. Napkins there too.
Oh, you want your own?
We just have to look at the topics. I don't know what they are. We just made different ones.
wow. Thought we were gonna make our own.
Yeah.
No, there's already, yeah, there's already way too much. Yeah, I have to go too. I gotta go feed my animals.
We'll feed your bees.
No, my dog's a cat. Look after the dog. Yeah.
First.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Relax. My favorite. Huh? What? What? 22. Yeah. Where the few at?
Hands in there after, whatever.
Where the few at?
I don't know if the cutting board is in there. No, we actually use our own pans.
No,
It's right about pans.
some, these ones came, and these ones I think we got new.
We bought the little.
Okay, yeah,
The
grab
whole ones.
yours, but I think some are more, yeah. Whichever. I didn't even pay attention when it was in there, I just knew it was pants. If someone get left behind, that's fine.
Throwing it in.
That just means the bar chose you on.
So seriously, how much before inside?
Come on.
40.
Well, I see some leaves, so.
I think they're going to the town. I don't think they're going to get it.
Want me to turn your tap back on? Good. Okay. So that one's already full pack. Yeah. Thanks for letting us use your stove. Oh, yeah, I bring it.
You're picking up in the morning?
Probably. Yeah. See ya. That's the one thing. You want your medicine wheel pizza, or is that just going to anybody? Red. Don't pay it. Great. Ball.
You could just.
Do you want your medicine wheel pizza, or do you want to give it to?
Yes, we kind of decided to just start already making some, so.
Oh, okay. Just grab some?
too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All these ones here.
Okay. Now, what were you talking about a medicine wheel pizza?
There's this one's in
Cutting it right now.
Oh.
Well, it was a medicine wheel, so it's
Oh, there it is.
That's pretty interesting.
yes. Where it falls. Yeah, help yourself. Alright, there's there was hot sauce in there too somewhere.
Oh, ranch would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, perfect.
Get back here. What? Yeah. Come for a walk?